Wrigleyville. The wind blowing in today off Lake Michigan, and Wrigley Field is open for business to kick off this Labor Day weekend. D-backs in Chicago, we are kicking it old school here. 3-day games against the Cubbies on the north side of town. Today, the series opener, and rookie and former Cub farmhand Zack Godley up against the Cubs' $155 million man in Jon Lester. It's D-backs baseball from Chicago right here on Fox Sports Arizona. And greetings from Wrigley Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. 3-day games here. Going to be a fun weekend for Diamondback fans, and many of them have joined us here at Wrigley Field. Former Cub farmhand Zack Godley on the mound for the Diamondbacks in this series opener here, Bob. The wind is blowing in off Lake Michigan. It's not been a great hitter's park lately here, we're told. So maybe this is a good day to have Zack Godley out there.
Well, especially if he pitches the way he has so far this season, keeping the ball down with some movement, gets a lot of ground balls, lets his defense work behind him. Yeah, this ballpark obviously can play completely different depending on the wind direction. It is blowing in today, but it's what players call a thin wind. It's not going to really knock down many fly balls, so Zack Godley needs to keep that ball down with some movement just the way he has been.
And they're trying to keep an eye on Zack Godley's innings. He's already thrown more than twice as many as he did last year when he was a reliever in the Cubs minor league system. He'll start today, then next week at Chase Field against the Giants before finishing out the season in the bullpen. The Cubs have their $155 million man on the mound in Jon Lester, and you would think for $155 million they could get a guy who could throw to first base, but Jon Lester can't do it.
What do you want for your money? Come on. Yeah, this is something that really has been a persistent problem throughout his career, but has really only been exploited this season. Just cannot throw the ball to the bases, whether it's a bunt back to the mound, a pickoff attempt, a rundown situation. He's great at throwing the ball off the rubber, not so much when he becomes a fielder.
And he is their lefty ace on the mound. Keep in mind, Lester once went 66 consecutive appearances over a span of more than 2 years without even attempting to throw over to first base. So this has become a real issue for Lester and the Cubs here at Wrigley Field. We have more from Chicago coming up next here as we count down to D-backs baseball. Some young stars ready to shine at Wrigley Field. David Peralta and A.J. Pollock set for a big weekend against the Cubbies. More from Chicago after this. part by Cox Gigablaster. How will you live the gig life? By Lone View Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone View Casino. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. Back in Chicago, Steve Berthew, Bob Brentley at Wrigley Field. The Diamondbacks set today for the first of 3 day games against the Chicago Cubs, and welcome back here on Fox Sports Arizona. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of Diamondback players losing out on awards to the Pirates' Andrew McCutchen. A couple of years ago, it was Goldie in the MVP, and then last month, somehow, McCutchen won National League Player of the Month ahead of both A.J. Pollock and David Peralta. What's the deal with that?
I think A.J. and David need to grow some dreadlocks and then cut them off. Somehow draw attention to yourself, because they both got jobbed on the Player of the Month in August. I suggested that these two guys be co-players in the month of August, but it goes to Andrew McCutchen once again. We get hosed.
Well, they're both in the lineup today. No Goldie still on dad duty, and great news for Paul and his wife Amy. They welcomed their young son earlier this week. Now, speaking of babies, the Cubs have a whole lot of good ones. This is a team loaded up with superstar players in the making. We won't see Kyle Schwarber in this series. He hurt a rib this week against the Reds, had to be scratched, so he's out for the weekend. Baez just up for the minor leagues. We know a little bit about Russell and Bryant.
Now, Russell took over at shortstop for Starlin Castro, who is now basically a bench player for Joe Madden and the Cubs. Javier Baez, you will see him take some of the most violent swings you've ever seen in the major leagues, and Chris Bryant is just a superstar in the making. He's already well on his way to that.
Yeah, Chris Bryant on his way to shattering Billy Williams' Cubs rookie's record for both home runs and RBIs. The freight train has arrived at the station. We're set to get cranked up. David Peralta and company taking on the Cubs. First and 3 more from Wrigley after this.
David's excited to be here at Wrigley Field, no question about it. He made that clear just a few weeks ago, already had this particular series circled on his calendar. And so as this young man is rising in the ranks of National League hitters, he's also excited to see this stadium and be able to explore it. He did that a little bit earlier today, and I was able to catch up with him out here on the field. Jody Jackson alongside David Peralta here at Wrigley Field. David, I know you've been looking forward to this. You know, last year the D-backs came here right before you were called up. So what is your level of excitement to be here today?
Well, I'm pretty excited. You know, I just look at this stadium. It's a really old stadium, a lot of history here. So I'm pretty excited to play today. So I've never been here before. So even in Chicago, I think that's my first time here. So I'm just trying to have fun today.
No question about it. It's a beautiful day for baseball. Day games, that's a big part of the history here at Wrigley Field, of course. Now, you were in the cages. There's a lot of interesting things about this stadium because it is quite a bit older than most. So what's been your impression so far of the cages and some of the areas?
Well, like you say, it's pretty old. If you can see inside in the clubhouse, kind of weird. You know, we get used to like new stuff. And right now we just came to this stadium. It's kind of like old school and all this stuff, and we were like, okay, so it looks like a minor league, but it was pretty good. I mean, I like it so far. The weather's great right now, really beautiful day, so I can't wait till the gates start.
What do you think of the dugout area? And just, you said the clubhouse, it's a little tight in there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the dugout is really small, and I have to be careful not to jump and not to get too excited. I can hurt myself.
Brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers.
And welcome back to the city of Chicago. Diamondbacks and Cubs 3-game series beginning on this Friday afternoon. It is a beautiful early September afternoon, a little bit warm but very nice for baseball today. Well, the city of Chicago really learning to embrace manager Joe Maddon, who came over from Tampa in the offseason and has really turned this Cubs club around. It's all part of the plan by Theo Epstein, but at 75 and 57, everything is coming together according to that plan. And as MLB's cameras saw a day with Joe Maddon in Chicago, well, it seems like these two are a perfect fit.
Here we go, next generation. Here's Joe Maddon. This guy is going to be absolutely loved by everybody in Chicago.
And I'm in a special place. And the thing about this place that's unique to big cities, there's something about it that really reeks of, way back, 30s, 40s, 50s, in a really clean way. It's a really friendly, clean, beautiful Midwestern city with its own ocean, and I kind of dig that too.
Cubs win!
The comeback Cubs have done it again.
It is a new year for sure.
There's this energy of these new players, the ownership, the front office. And I think the fans, they're the absolute barometer. They're feeling something different, maybe compared to what they felt in the past, and that's a good thing.
My dad, I wish that he could have seen this. So we are so excited about it.
That's one wish I have, is that my pop would still be around to see this stuff, too.
Maybe get your around.
We're definitely going to do that.
Yeah.
That's not
this first year, too.
Why not?
Yeah.
There's no reason to wait. They'll talk about winning and how good it's going to be, but then no pressure. You control what you can.
Right.
I cannot attempt to control what I cannot. If you hear the word pressure attached to anything that you're doing, man, you got to love that, because that means something good's going to happen the fall. I think the biggest thing is to have everybody understand, fan-wise, base-wise, that we're in this together, man.
When you come in after the national anthem, you'll hear me say good luck today, Coach.
I got you, Joe.
So,
just feel comfortable saying Joe, okay? That'd be great.
Glad you're managing the team.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Not many of these cathedrals left. You got Fenway. The old Yankee Stadium's gone. This one at Fenway, the last two. It's pretty awesome. It's a special place to come to work.
How you like it here?
I love it,
Yeah.
Love you? Yes, you're looking good, brother. Looking good.
How you doing?
I'm enjoying it. Good for you. Not a bad city. It's a generational team here. It's almost like an heirloom. Things have been passed down for years. What's been passed down is devotion or loyalty to this group. I feel really special to be coming in at a latter part of all this. Obviously, this has been going on for several years. And to be included right now is it's very cool how that I've been accepted.
Well, Joe Maddon, he's already become very involved in the communities here surrounding Chicago and in the city. And the players will tell you, guys like Wellington Castillo, who did play for Joe Maddon this spring, even though it was a short sample for Wellington, he said, look, he's a player's coach. He's very, very supportive. And this team has really responded to that. 75 and 57. They're having pajama parties. A lot of fun stuff going on here in Chicago, guys. It's a lot different than what we've seen in the last few years. I know you know that very well.
Thanks, Jody. It's always a treat to sit down and chat with Joe Maddon. He is such an energized and intriguing guy, very insightful, and he's really got a handle on how to deal with Bob, the modern-day Major League Baseball player.
I don't think there's any question about his ability to deal with the players. The real question will be if the Cubs don't reach their ultimate goal this year. This can be a very fickle fan base. I mean, there's a lot of longtime Cub fans that have been waiting for years, and certainly they've embraced Joe Maddon and this team. But if they don't reach the ultimate goal, a lot of people are going to say, how much longer do we have to wait?
Well, the Cubs are currently 4 behind the Pirates for the top spot in the NL wild card. If the season were to end today, the Cubs would play at Pittsburgh in the wild card game. And as their game notes very nicely, I thought, pointed out today, their record is a palindrome. They are 75 and 57, 18 games over 500, but somehow still 10.5 back of the Cardinals for the division lead in the NL Central.
Yeah, wrong division, wrong year. They'd be in first place in 3 other divisions in baseball, a couple by a wide margin if they weren't in the National League Central, but still hanging on to that wild card race.
Cubs since July 29th have gone 23 and 10. That's the National League's best record over that span. So that's the situation in which the Diamondbacks find themselves here as we roll into Wrigley for the first of 3 consecutive day games. Going to be a lot of fun here for Diamondback fans, and many of them are with us on this trip on this Labor Day weekend. Chip Hale's ball club 7-1 in their last 8 against the Cubs, dating back to last April. And let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Diamondbacks here today against the Cubs.
It's John Lester. We're going to do it this way. In lane number 1 is Ender Inciarte in right field. Lane number 2 is Phil Goslin at third base. A.J. Pollock out in center field. Wellington Castillo returning home after 6 seasons with the Cubs. David Peralta will be out in left field. Yasmani Tomas at first base. Chris Owings at second. Nick Ahmed at short. And Zach Godley on the mound.
Diamondback starting lineup brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Yasmani Tomas in there for Goldie today. Paul and his wife Amy welcomed their newborn son into the world earlier this week. So no Goldie today. He is expected to be back in the starting lineup tomorrow. and play Saturday and Sunday. Yasmani Tomas has only played 2 innings at first base all season, so it'll be interesting to see how he does over there. Not a ton of experience. Of course, he played a lot of third, both in spring training and over the early portions of this year when Jake Lamb was injured. And there's no question, Bob, as we've discussed with John Lester, and the issue as we outlined in our open at the top of the show, the Diamondbacks, one of baseball's most aggressive teams on the bases. This guy simply cannot throw the ball over, and a chance to really take advantage of that here today.
Keep an eye on the leadoffs at first base that the Diamondbacks runners take today. Of course, we say you have to get on base first, but if runners do get on first base against John Lester, I expect to see some of the biggest leads you've ever seen over there at first base.
John Lester, in December, the Cubs gave him the largest contract in franchise history, $155 million over 6 years, to be their ace, and he is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for Chicago. But what about the issue throwing over to the bases? Well, no one more aware of that than first base coach Dave McKay. Here he is.
If there's a chance we can steal a base, we will. We know he has a little problem throwing the ball to first base and second bases, period. But, you know, he makes up for it by being real quick to the plate. So it's not an easy thing to run on him because of his being so quick.
The numbers on Lester: 8-10, a 3.59 ERA, more strikeouts than innings pitched, but he's 0-2 in his last 3 starts and leads the major leagues in stolen bases against him.
Now, not only is Lester quick to the plate once he does decide to throw the ball home, but his designated catcher, David Ross, throws extremely well behind the plate. So, interesting dimension to this ball game today. Of course, the key is getting runners on first base.
No pitcher in baseball has given up more stolen bases this year. 26 starts. He's had 39 bases stolen against him, 5 more than any other pitcher. He actually went several years without attempting a pickoff throw to first base. 66 appearances without a throw over. He's tried only a few this season. They have all been off target. 2 of them were errors. James Hoy is our plate umpire for the opener of this 3-game set. Ender Inciarte in the left-hand batter's box, and we are set to go. The Diamondbacks and the Cubs on a humid and kind of hazy day here on the north side of Chicago. Ender at .298 and 4 home runs. Glad you're with us. It's still morning back home, the great state of Arizona, so it's breakfast with the D-backs all weekend long here on Fox Sports Arizona.
Bagels and baseball.
Chris Bryant, the rookie sensation at third, is in on the grass, and we are underway at Wrigley Field.
I showed you the arsenal of John Lester. You'll see 3 different fastballs, a 2-seamer when he's looking for a ground ball, a 4-seamer that he'll mostly use up in the zone, a cutter that he will use extensively. Also throws a big curveball and will mix in an occasional straight changeup.
Lester just outside the top 10 in the National League in strikeouts. He's had 4 double-digit strikeout games. That's a single-season Cubs record for a left-hand pitcher. His high for the season is 14 strikeouts. That was July 29th here against Colorado. The most strikeouts by a Cubs lefty since 1914.
Had a real solid outing 2 times ago against his former skipper, Terry Francona, and the Cleveland Indians. Went 8 2/3, gave up 6 hits and 1 run in that game. One fouled out a play on the third base side. That good start was sandwiched between 2 less than good starts against the Tigers. He only went 2 2/3, gave up 7 hits and 7 runs in that game. And last time out against the Dodgers, they scored 5 against him in 6+.
He has not won since August 13th. 1-2 on Inciarte. A little nubber back to the mound, and here we go. Lester, the underhand toss to first base, and that's the first out.
Yeah, I think a good comp for Lester and his throwing issues is Matt Garza. Garza went through the same thing. Really good when throwing the ball off the mound to his catcher, trying to get hitters out, but just no luck at all throwing to the bases. And you could clearly see that time John Lester running it over there and tossing it underhanded rather than risk an overhand throw.
Chip Hale with as many right-hand bats against the lefty Lester as he could get in the lineup today. So Phil Gosselin starts at third base after a nice D-back debut earlier this week at Coors Field. He's at 302 with 1 home run. D-backs faced John Lester at Chase Field on May 22nd. He did not get a decision in what turned out to be a 5-4 D-backs win. Pitched 7 innings in that ball game, gave up just 2 runs, 5 hits, 4 strikeouts. He surrendered a home run to Nick Ahmed. And Nick is in the starting lineup at shortstop today.
That cutter down and in. Looks like a strike on the inside corner of the plate at the knees, and by the time you swing at it, just enough movement like a slider to move it in and underneath the bat.
This is along the right field line. Austin Jackson, the former Mariner, is over there, and he'll give it a look. Just acquired from Seattle on Monday. This is the Cub lineup around John Lester, our mid-first bank starting defense for Chicago.
Chris Coughlin in left field, Dexter Fowler in center, Austin Jackson over in right field. It'll be Chris Bryant, Addison Russell on the left side of the infield, Javier Baez and Anthony Rizzo on the right side. Personal catcher David Ross behind the plate for left-hander John Lester.
And no Starlin Castro. He lost his starting shortstop job. They tried him at second base for a while. That didn't work out. They just called up Javier Baez, and Castro is essentially out of a job right now, sitting on the bench. Battle here from Phil Gosselin. 3 for 13, a double and a homer in 4 games with the Diamondbacks so far. He's also walked 3 times and has looked, I think, Bob, very hitterish.
Yeah, he does. Very solid knowledge of the strike zone. We haven't seen him chase anything bad out of the zone yet. Very quick, short, compact swing.
Like he broke his bat, a little flare to right center field. Jackson's there. That's the second out. Another start in the 3-hole today for A.J. Pollock. Fully expected to be back tomorrow. The new papa. A baby boy for Paul and Amy. Congratulations.
Absolutely, congratulations.
That's great news. Everybody was excited to hear about that. 321 and 15 homers for A.J. Pollock. Somehow was not named National League Player of the Month for August. I think, you know who was apparently voting on that? Roger Goodell. Because they're not working out for him very well.
Yeah, he's having a rough month himself.
Disregard. Good to see that Tommy Brady was vindicated of all that jurisprudence malfeasance.
Yeah, what he said.
Exactly. 0-1. That's the only explanation I have for Pollock or Peralta not winning that award last month.
Unfortunately, a lot of those awards in any sport, they turn out to be a popularity contest. Whose name have I heard the most? Whose face have I seen on TV the most? Oh, I know Andrew McCutchen. Yeah, let's vote for him. Well, congratulations.
AJ, a little liner to Russell at shortstop, and Lester works a 1-2-3 first. We are underway here at Wrigley Field. Year-old rookie right-hander is your Arizona Ford, starting pitcher for the D-backs. Originally a 10th round pick by the Cubs in the draft 2 years ago out at the University of Tennessee, and now finally pitching at Wrigley Field. But he's thrown twice as many innings this year as he did in the Cubs minor league system last year. What about that, Chip Hill?
I'm not sure if it'll be 5, 6 innings, whatever it'll be. Obviously, the pitch count can't get out of hand early, or we'll have to get him out of there early. And like I was telling Greg earlier, it's a matter of just keeping him, because he is a pretty hyper and gets fired up guy. We just need to keep him down a little bit and just relax and stay within himself.
Dexter Fowler will lead it off for the Cubs, and be careful here. He's got 4 leadoff home runs this season and 13 for his career. The numbers on Zach Godley, acquired by the Diamondbacks from the Cubs in December as part of the Miguel Montero trade. Very impressive so far. Today, just his 6th career major league appearance and his 4th start. Behind on Fowler, 2-0.
Zach Godley, as we've seen, will use a cutter two-seamer combination almost exclusively down in the zone. He has shown a curveball, he's shown a straight changeup, but when the cutter and two-seamer are working, he'll just pound away at the knees all day long.
Well, Joe Maddon always tells Dexter Fowler before every at-bat, you go, we go. And he has done a very good job as their leadoff man in the second half of the year. After a slow start, he is a very hot hitter in this lineup right now.
You know, I don't know Joe Maddon well. I've talked to him over the years. Certainly I've seen a lot of the interviews and read a lot of his comments. And for me, I think the biggest thing is, rather than, as Dexter Fowler takes a leadoff walk, rather than beat on a guy about his weaknesses, he plays up a guy's strengths. And every player has strengths and weaknesses. Some guys have more of one than the other, but you know, rather than dwell on the things that a player can't do, emphasize the things that he can do and encourage him to do those things.
Well, one of the things Fowler can do is run. He's got 17 stolen bases this year, and begins the ball game 3rd in the league in runs scored. He's aboard with a leadoff walk for Austin Jackson. Jackson only 6 at bats with the Cubs, acquired from Seattle Monday for a player to be named. As Manny Tomas, his first career start at first base, holds him on the bag, and there's strike 1. We are likely to see Austin Jackson for much of this series. The Cubs' latest rookie sensation is their catcher outfielder Kyle Schwarber, who's looked like Babe Ruth this year. He is out with a right rib cage strain. He'll be reevaluated in a few days, so we'll likely see Jackson in the outfield for most of this series. Zach Godley, after walking Fowler, jumps ahead of Jackson 0-2. Schwarber felt something in the batting cage taking BP on Wednesday. Had to be scratched from the lineup. They put Jackson in there. He went 2 for 4 with a double, his first hits with the Cubs.
Well, and that's one of those things you have to have happen if you're going to have a successful season. When you lose a key piece, somebody steps up either from the minor leagues or somebody jumps up off the bench and goes in the lineup and immediately fills those shoes and does whatever it is they do to help a team win games. If you have a guy go down and plug somebody in and he stinks it up, all of a sudden that becomes a huge hole.
First strikeout for Zach Godley. Mercedes-Benz presents the lineup for Joe Maddon's Cubs today.
We've seen Dexter Fowler at the top. Austin Jackson just went down on strikes. Chris Coughlin, the veteran, making his way to the plate. He'll be out in left field. Anthony Rizzo at first base. Chris Bryant, the National League Rookie of the Month, with tremendous numbers in August. Javier Baez, I mentioned, at second base. Wild swinger. David Ross doing the catching. John Lester on the mound. And youngster Addison Russell at shortstop.
So here is Coughlin, 247 and 15 homers. He's had a very nice season with the Cubs. Fowler holds it first, and that's in there for a strike. This is the type of guy, it seems, Bob, that all good teams have and utilize because he makes them better, and Coughlin has had that kind of year. Just a good role player type guy.
Whether it's, you know, providing solid defense in the outfield, stealing bases, hitting home runs. Some guys hit for a high average. But the ability to do it without getting regular playing time. That's when it really becomes important.
He's become a very good outfield option for Joe Maddon this year, especially against right-hand starters. All 15 of his home runs this year have come against righties. Fowler still holding in first. That's in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Missed away, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You may have noticed right there Zach Godley taking a deep breath out there before climbing back up on the rubber. The first couple starts that we saw from Zach Godley, he was very calm, cool, collected. And when things started to slip away a little bit, he'd take a deep breath and get back into his zone again. When we've seen him pitch out of the bullpen, he's been a little bit of a different animal. Like, he can't wait to get the ball and throw it again. Really grinding out there on the mound. But as a starter, he seems much more poised.
Came up from AA Mobile near the end of July. Made 3 starts in his first look at the big leagues and won all 3. Beat the Brewers, the Mariners, and the Nationals, and then went back to the minors. It is along the left field line, a chance to stay fair, and it drops in front of Peralta. Fowler stops at second. Take a look at the Diamondbacks around Zach Godley, our mid-first bank starting defense.
Peralta, Pollock, and Inciarte left to right across the outfield. It'll be Goslin and Ahmed on the left side of the infield with Owings and Tomas on the right side. Wellington Castillo returning to the scene of the crime where he played for 6 years. He'll be behind the plate. And right-hander Zach Godley on the mound.
And this is where you get into trouble. Anthony Rizzo, 282 and 27 home runs. 5th in the National League in OPS. Top 10 in the league in both homers and RBIs. He's become one of the best hitters in the game.
Just want Diamondbacks fans to know I tried to do my job today. I went up to Anthony Rizzo in the Cubs clubhouse and I said, listen, since Goldie's not here, for the sake of competitive balance, it's only fair that you sit out this weekend.
He didn't go for it.
No, he didn't go for it.
Good try, though. You make a compelling case. At least just sit out this one. You can come back Saturday when Goldie's back. Rizzo homered here, and the Cubs lost to the Reds on Wednesday.
Both these franchises in real good shape. The Cubs have kind of picked Anthony Rizzo as the guy. He's the guy they're going to build this team around, and the Diamondbacks certainly have identified their guy at first base in Paul Goldschmidt.
Rizzo has tremendous leadership qualities. He just turned 26 last month. He's a little more vocal than Goldie, although we've certainly seen Goldie talk a lot more this year than he has in the past. But Rizzo is the unquestioned leader of this Cubs team. Fowler at second, Conklin at first. And you'll notice Rizzo, he stands right on top of the plate. He has been hit 25 times by pitches this year. That's 7 more than any other player in baseball. A big guy up there in that left-hand batter's box.
You can see that left toe, his anchor foot on the back is very nearly on the inside line of that left-handed batter's box.
3-0 is in there for a strike. I mean, he gets tremendous plate coverage. He can get to anything and still turn on things that are inside and generate that pull power to right field. That's got to make a catcher feel uncomfortable. And Rizzo, 6'3", 240 up there. His second walk of the inning, and Zach Godley has loaded the bases with 1 out for rookie sensation Chris Bryant. He's put himself in immediate trouble here. Mike Harkey.
For For the guys that are playing in Wrigley Field for the first time, there's a lot to learn about this ballpark, and guys that have played here for 15 years still have a lot to learn about this ballpark. A lot of nuances. Obviously, fans are very close to the field of play. Very little foul room down in either corner. You've got the bricks covered by ivy. You've got the basket hanging over the outfield wall. Always have to keep an eye on those flags in center field because the wind can turn in an instant at this ballpark. You've got the two notches in straightaway left and straightaway right, where the fence gets a little bit deeper out there. Very tough for the corner outfielders to play those particular positions.
They're loaded for Bryant. Ball one. Chris Bryant, the National League All-Star, is a 23-year-old rookie, hitting .269, 22 homers, leading all Major League rookies in RBIs, runs scored, on base, and slugging percentage. Already 20 pitches for Godley. 2-0. Brian homered in the Cubs' loss here to Cincinnati Wednesday. Cubs, like the Diamondbacks, were off yesterday.
Another nuance of this ballpark, it's nearly impossible to see from the bench.
The game's a secret. There's a strike, 2-1. So what do you do?
Well, most guys choose to stand up, sometimes even go up the steps of the dugout so you can get a little better view of the field of play. And if you happen to stand up where Chip is sitting right now, you will hit your head on the roof of the dugout.
2-1. 3 balls and a strike. James Hoy not biting back there. Here's a look. Of course, Mark Grace, as a Cub player, spent many years with that view. 3-1 pitch. Foul back. It's full 3-2.
Used to be able to have fun with guys making their first trip into Wrigley. Immediately after a play was over, somebody would point and say, "Look at the replay." And of course they would look. But until this year, there was never any kind of a video board in Wrigley Field.
We've got 2 spectacular ones up now in left center field and the right field corner. Bases loaded. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Chris Bryant. He walked in a run. 3rd walk in the inning issued by Zach Godley, and it's 1-0 Cubs.
I mentioned this Cubs team does strike out quite a bit, but they'll do this too. They'll take their base on balls. I think that's one major difference between this year's Cubs team and Cubs teams past. You never would have seen Sammy Sosa take a high fastball on a 3-2 count with the bases loaded.
Well, here's a guy that strikes out a whole lot. Javier Baez, the second baseman, only 5 at-bats with the Cubs this year. He's been in the minor leagues all season, working on what might be the hardest swing in baseball. Trying to get him to shorten up. Cubs sent Baez to AAA to start this year. Progress there slowed by a broken hand that kept him out 2 months. He saw a fair amount of action with the Cubs last year. He was only 22 years old. Zach Godley cannot find the strike zone. .27 pitches, only 10 strikes for Zach.
You heard Chip Hale before the ball game say that how deep Godley was able to pitch into the ball game today would be directly affected by his pitch count early. This is not exactly what the doctor ordered.
He has already thrown more than twice as many innings this year as he did last year because he was strictly a relief pitcher in the Cubs system. Behind on Javier Baez, 2-0. Bases loaded, 1 out, a run in. What about the way this guy swings?
Well, he's definitely an all or nothing hitter. He's either going to hit it into the lake or he's going to swing and miss. Just completely out of control. Can't keep his feet underneath him as he finishes his follow through, and that's the way he will be every swing he takes in this series.
That's going to get in the seats. His hitting coach at AAA all year has been Brian Harper. And he said Baez has been working on trying to hit a ball 400 feet instead of 700 feet.
I guess that's an improvement. I don't know.
Yeah. A lot of strikeouts, but it's been called a sledgehammer swing. It makes a big sound when he does make contact. 2-2. And it's full. Well, Zach Godley has faced 6 batters so far and gone to 3-ball counts on 4 of them. Josh Colmenter quickly getting warmed up along the right field line in the Diamondback bullpen. 3-2 to Baez.
One thing you notice about Baez immediately that's kind of unusual, he hits out of a closed stance. You rarely see young hitters nowadays with a closed stance, and by that the front foot closest to the mound is closer to home plate than the back foot.
He walked in another run. 2-0 Chicago. 4 walks in the inning for Zach Godley.
Well, the thing about it is if you get it just close enough to the strike zone, these Cubs hitters will attack. They're a very aggressive swinging team. Zach just hasn't been able to get anything close enough to those corners to get Rizzo, Bryant, Baez, or Fowler to chase.
Desperately needs a ground ball here. David Ross, the catcher. Ross batting .190 this year. Hasn't played since August 24th. He's been out on family medical emergency leave following the death of his grandmother. Well, the Cubs hitters see a lot of pitches per plate appearance. They have several hitters in this lineup that are very patient hitters, but we've seen before that Zach will occasionally lose the strike zone, Bob, because his stuff moves around so much, and it seems like Chicago is being extra patient. Inciarte in right. Rizzo's at third. He'll come in and score. It's an RBI for Ross and a 3-0 Cubs lead.
Another disconcerting factor here in this first inning as the Cubs push across their 3rd run here in the bottom of the inning. We've talked all day about running on John Lester, If you find yourself behind by a ton of runs early in the ball game, you don't want to run yourself out of any potential big innings. Diamondbacks have some guys that can hit the ball out of the ballpark too, so this may somewhat slow down the aggressive base running of the Diamondbacks.
Well, here is Lester batting 8th for Joe Madden. Addison Russell, the shortstop, bats 9th. Lester is one of the worst hitting pitchers in baseball. Case in point, 0-1. One for 47 on the year. His batting average is .021. That's low. On the ground to Owings, and Zach Godley is finally out of the first, but the Cubs take a 3-0 lead. 35-pitch first inning in which he walked 4 batters. The Cubs got 3 runs on only 1 base hit. So we're set for the second inning now against John Lester. It'll be Wellington Castillo, the former Cub, David Peralta, and Yasmani Tomas, 4, 5, and 6 in the Arizona second. Lester will feel a little more comfortable now, staked to a 3-0 lead, as back at Wrigley Field, where he began this year as a Cub, is Wellington Castillo. Welly, 243 and 17 homers. Castillo said he was home in the Dominican Republic this winter when he got the news that the Cubs had acquired Miguel Montero. And we're picking up the $40 million left on Miggy's contract to bring him to Chicago. And he said honestly it hurt him a little bit. And he knew that when he got to spring training in Mesa this year, it just was not going to be a comfortable situation. But he has found a home with the Diamondbacks. After a brief detour through Seattle.
Did some smoked salmon and then showed up in the desert.
He started over 100 games behind the plate for the Cubs each of the previous 2 years. But this year only 8 starts before Chicago sent him to Seattle. Ran into this in Houston, Bob. The front of the plate, that home plate area, where that dirt, they have really wet that down. You can see how different the color of the dirt is from the baselines. Remember, they created essentially a bog or a swamp, and when we were admitted to Minute Maid Park earlier this year. Ball strike 3. First strikeout for Lester, 1 down in the second.
Another thing about trailing 3-0 after 1 inning, a little more passive as a hitter. I mean, John Lester's a strike thrower. He's going to be around that plate all day long. He's only walked 40 batters this year in 163 innings coming into play today. I can see taking that first strike if you're Wellington Castillo, but then he took 2 more hittable strikes right down the middle of the plate.
David Peralta. 307 and 14 home runs. Leading the National League with 9 triples after he tripled Wednesday at Coors Field. One hop to Addison Russell, and it squirts off the glove. Peralta's aboard. Base hit for Peralta.
A lot of English on this ball. Watch as Addison Russell moves to his right. The ball hits and kicks back to his left. That tells you that David cued that one right off the end of the bat. Had a lot of side spinning on that first bounce. It went a different direction than Addison Russell was expecting.
So the first base runner for the Diamondbacks against John Lester, and we'll check the lead that Peralta takes down there with Dave McKay coaching at first, and Yasmani Tomas in the box. 287 and 8 homers. You want Lester to throw over, correct?
Yeah, you're trying to draw throws over there to first base.
You want to make him uncomfortable just by the sheer size of the lead. What Lester has done, and remember he once went more than 2 years without even attempting a pickoff throw, is to come set and just stare at the base runner for an extended pause. That's about the best he can do.
But as a base runner, it's like a 5-year-old standing on the high dive, and everybody, mom and dad, go ahead and jump. It's okay. If you're not used to taking a 30-foot lead off first base, you feel like you're out there in the middle of nowhere. You could almost see David took his lead, and then prompting from Dave McKay caused him to take another little half a step, another half a step. I'm sure Dave McKay is going to tell all the Diamondbacks runners, get out there, get out there.
Two and one on Tomas. There's that long Lester stare. Last year, Lester never threw over to first base with a runner on. Just didn't do it. But he allowed only 16 stolen bases last season in Boston. This year, 39 steals, the most of the majors. And this issue, the yips, if you want to call it that, is a lot more public this year. It's out there, and teams are taking advantage.
And that, in my eyes, is still one major difference between the National League and the American League. National League, you want to force the issue a little bit more because you know you've got that pitcher spot rolling around every 2 or 3 innings. In the American League, you've got another hitter in that 9 spot. So you don't want to run yourself out of an inning when you've got nothing but bats coming up to the plate.
And you can see he's had this issue all along, but no one ever really, and nobody knows why exactly, took advantage until this year. First 3-2 count for Lester. There goes Peralta, and it's ball 4. So now the Diamondbacks have a threat going here. 2 on and 1 out for Chris Owings.
And while we have a moment, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the ball game here today. Always, always keep your eye on the flags. I mentioned it a moment ago. They can turn around in a second and blow a completely different direction than they just were. So always take a look at those flags before every pitch. And for the D-backs offense, get your legs loose. We're going to be running the bases aggressively today. Chip has said it. Dave McKay has said it. Just have to get the right combination of guys on base.
Good at bat there by Yasmani Tomas. Nice patient at bat. First and second, 1 down for CO. Now if you're Peralta at second with the left-hander out there, you're behind him. Given Lester's issues, does that make it even more enticing maybe to try and steal third?
I would think so. You can get a much bigger lead at second base because neither middle infielder is holding you on the bag the way a first baseman holds you on at first base. And once again, trailing by 3 runs early in the ball game, something hit down that line into the bleachers. Suddenly we're tied up and have a whole new ball game.
Chris Owings coming off a great series at Colorado against the Rockies, but he's down quickly 0-2. CO 244 and 4 home runs. He's hit safely in 4 straight games. Chris played in 3 games at Colorado, went 7 for 11 in that series. Really swung the bat with conviction, with authority. Like a much more confident hitter up there. And he waves at that when it kicks away from Ross. And that's the second strikeout for Lester as the runners move up.
Totally fooled by that breaking ball. That bounced out in front of home plate on the inside part. You see David Ross checking his cheat sheet over there. A lot of different signs, both between he and the pitcher, between David Ross and the defense, between the bench and David Ross. And apparently they have so many trick plays, he had to put them on the inside of his wristband there.
There's Nick Ahmed, who homered against Lester at Chase Field back in May. Second and third, 2 outs. That David Ross was on bereavement leave. The last time Lester started, they had Miguel Montero back there, and things really broke down. Montero could not understand the signs for the pitches from the dugout coming in. He was not familiar with them because he never catches Lester. So that has been a bit of an issue lately. Less so today with Ross back there.
I did a radio show here locally this morning, and they were asking about Miguel Montero with his time in Arizona and his relationship with pitchers. They brought up the Trevor Bauer situation and wanted to know if that was going to be a continuing issue with Miguel Montero. I said, to the best of my knowledge, other than Trevor Bauer, I didn't know that there had ever been big issues with Miggy and the way he handled the pitching staff. But You go to a new situation, new signs, new personalities, and it might take a while to fit in.
Miggy, in that start last week, you just saw the numbers on Lester, caught Lester for only the 4th time all year, and said afterward he just didn't know what kind of signs they have when Lester pitches. And he admitted it left him a little lost out there. So I guess it's a whole other deal with this guy out there on the mound. But when you invest $155 million in John Lester, you go get his personal catcher from Boston. And so David Ross is here with the Cubs as well. 2-2 on Nick.
They're obviously using some kind of a system that's a little more involved than just first sign or second sign. This is the pitch before. David Ross hangs down 3-3-3-3. And the pitch is a fastball.
Not just the old number 1, huh?
No. Fastball up, for that matter, a four-seamer. Some teams will use the scoreboard. What's the count?
They walked him.
Toronto Blue Jays used to use a system, they called it ABE, A-B-E, ahead, behind, and even. If the pitcher's ahead in the count, it was the first signal that I put down. If he's behind in the count, it's the second sign I put down. And if it's an even count, 0-0, 1-1, 2-2, it's the third sign. Other teams will use how many outs in an inning. Nobody out, it's the first sign. 1 out, it's the second sign. Whatever the system is, obviously it's more difficult than just hanging down first sign or first sign after 2.
Bases loaded, 2 outs for the pitcher Zach Godley, who labored through a 35-pitch first inning and has a chance to get himself and his ball club right back in the ball game right here.
Boy, this is one of those at-bats for Chip Hale. He is really hoping that Zach Godley settles in when he goes back out to the mound for the bottom half of the second.
Consider it a big gamble to let him take the at-bat?
Yeah, I mean, down 3-0 early, and then Zach didn't really show many signs that he was going to settle in out there in the first inning.
He had Colementor warming up.
Yeah, had Colementor warming up. He's got Aaron Hill available off the bench, Brandon Drury, Jared Saltalamacchi. He's got some bats available if you wanted to take your shot in the first inning, knowing that Godley's on a short leash anyway.
0-2. They leave the bases loaded. It's still 3-0 Cubs. Two remaining this year. Students invited out next Friday, September 11th, against the Dodgers for college night. We've got a special back-to-school offer just for you. For only $20, you'll get a ticket to the ball game, a beer or a Pepsi, and a custom D-backs cap in your school colors. Get tickets online right now at dbacks.com/college. 3-0 Cubs. Zach Godley 4 walks in the bottom of the first. Chicago got 3 runs on 1 base hit. Addison Russell, who bats 9th behind the pitcher for Joe Madden, leads off the second. A weird inning for Zach. He had first pitch strikes on half the batters he faced, but quickly fell behind. 4 walks and 3 runs. Russell 240 and 10 homers. Gets this up in the air, deep to left field, and that ball is gone. Addison Russell, his 11th, and it's 4-0. Well, now you're really sorry you didn't hit for Godley.
I mean, that would be a move that some would look at as a knee-jerk reaction to a rough first inning from Zach Godley, pinch hitting with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. But Zach is going to have to settle in quickly to justify his faith that his manager let him hit and then send him back out there here in the second inning.
Here's Fowler, who walked and scored to lead it off for the Cubs. It's the 3rd home run given up in the big leagues by Zach. First time we've seen Zach Godley struggle. 25-year-old rookie, just his 6th major league appearance. Called strike 3. Rings up Fowler.
Off of that outside corner. None of the 3 pitches technically in the zone according to our Fox tracks.
Austin Jackson struck out his first time.
Saw how Zach Godley kind of flew off the mound to the first base side that time. He always falls a little bit to the first base side, but when you see him really leaping over there to that left side of the mound, he's overthrowing the ball.
That
follow through wasn't quite as bad on that last pitch as it was on the one previous, but yeah, he just pulls that ball off the plate away. A little bit like Trevor Cahill in his days with the Diamondbacks. Just aim for the middle of the plate.
Got the same kind of stuff. Trevor Cahill here now as the Chicago Cub.
Ball moving all over the place. You don't have to be fine on the corners because the ball's going to then slide off the plate. Aim it right down the middle. Let the movement take it to the corners.
Shatters the bat in half right back to the mound, and they retire Jackson. What seems to be part of Zach Godley's makeup. Dan Carlson is the Diamondbacks pitching coordinator. He calls him a bulldog. You give him the ball, he's going to come at you. He's aggressive. And in terms of the attitude and the mound presence, it seems like he has a lot. We've mentioned this before. A lot of Andrew Chafin in him. Two down now. Chris Coughlin. Coughlin singled and scored in the first.
I love the bulldog attitude. You just can't let the bulldog overpower execution of your pitches.
There's a ground ball. Owings from the outfield. Grass. A nice play by CO. And Tomas keeps that foot on the bag, says first base umpire Bill Welke. Hold on, though. Joe Madden might want to check this one. Another really, boy, Chris Owings defensively, whether it's at shortstop or second base, has really turned in some gems lately.
Yeah, especially on that play right there, the way he turned his body as he went into his slide. Tough to tell if Tomas stayed on the bag from that angle, but CO turning his body so he could quickly get to his feet and fire onto first base.
Yeah, it
wasn't pretty, but it looked like he was on the bag.
And there will be no challenge from the Cub dugout. We are headed to the third. Diamondbacks trail at 4-0. Made it 4-0 Cubs as we start the third. Ender Inciarte leads it off for the D-backs against John Lester. Ender tapped back to the mound his first time up. Bryant comes in on the grass at third. Ender over his last 16 games hitting better than .320. He's got 11 runs scored, 9 RBIs. He's also walked a lot more lately. 9 bases on balls over that span. He seems much more selective recently.
We talked about that the other day. Not sure if it's the selectiveness that's caused him to be a better hitter or the fact that he's hitting the ball so well that's made him be more selective. The chicken and the egg. We're not quite sure, but we like the results.
It's working either way. He's down 1-2. So that Bryant was in from third base, tried to bunt it to the first base side. With the lefty Lester on the mound. Rizzo back at first, 1-2 pitch. Just inside, it's even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lester, quick glove hand. And Inciarte retired 1-3 for the second time today.
Right idea. You just want to get John Lester to field that ball on the third base side of the field, so he has to throw it overhand. Nice play that time, and then runs it over to Anthony Rizzo for the easy out.
Do you think the same thing applies to fielding his position and throwing to the bag as it does on a pickoff throw?
That's what Dave McKay said before the ball game when I talked to him. Anytime he has to throw the ball and it does not involve his pitching motion, he has troubles.
Phil Gosselin. He's had no trouble throwing strikes. 45 pitches, 30 strikes for Lester so far. He's ahead of Gosselin 0-2. I mean, this is what it's looked like this year. John Lester's only attempted 3 pickoffs. That's 1. That was the clean one. The other 2 have been E1. I mean, it's a sideshow.
Yeah, it is. He even tried the step-off move.
But of course, the key is You got to get on base, and that's not easy against this guy.
It's almost like you have a robot. It's built to put one particular part on a machine, and it lifts that part up and it goes over and puts it on the machine over and over and over again. And it's kind of the way Lester is with his pitching mechanics. Very solid. Everything he does on the mound to pitch the ball, but as far as just pick it up and throw it, he has all kinds of troubles.
How's that one? Joe Madden saw a lot of Lester when he was in Tampa Bay and Lester was in Boston. And his inability to throw over there was no secret then. It certainly isn't now. And Madden says they were all aware of that. But the bottom line is you still have to hit the guy. And he compared it to Dwight Gooden when he pitched for the Mets. It was stolen base after stolen base against Gooden. And Madden says, look, it's out there, obviously prominently now. But to this point, he thinks the Cubs have done a pretty good job of dealing with it.
Well, the Cubs had another pitcher who was absolutely horrendous at holding runners on base, and he's in the Hall of Fame, Greg Maddux.
Just missed that time, and Gosselin has worked it back full 3-2. Maddux was bad at that?
Oh, he didn't even want to throw to first base. He didn't care if there was a runner on first. If you want to steal second, go ahead. If you want to steal third, go ahead. I'm going to get the next 3 hitters out, so it doesn't make any difference to me.
There's your bulldog mentality right there.
And because he was such a severe ground ball pitcher, teams played hit and run against Maddux all the time. Because if you don't, you're just going to hit into double play after double play after double play. So most teams tried to play a lot of hit and run against Maddux.
2 pitches popped up, foul ground right side near the bullpens. Always dicey footing over there, but Rizzo has it for the second out.
Well, that's a factor we didn't bring up when we talked earlier about Wrigley Field and the special challenges here, especially defensively. Those bullpen mounds just off the field of play.
There's not a lot of foul ground anyway, none in the corners. But you do have furniture in the road, as cyclists always say. 2 down for A.J. Pollock.
There's been all kinds of funny things happen down in those corners in both right and left field. Balls get stuck underneath the padding. They hit that door down in the corner and ricochet in odd angles. Of course, the ball happens to get hung up in the vines out there. Outfielders are taught to just raise your hands. Once you start to dig in there looking for a lost baseball, the runner's allowed to just continue to run.
So surrender immediately.
Immediately. Hands up.
I give up. It's in the ivy. Diamondbacks still with only 1 base hit off John Lester. He has walked 2. So ground ball to Russell at shortstop. And Lester works a 1-2-3 third. He's got a 4-0 lead.
To know like that IB gets real thick, and if a ball goes in it and goes out of sight, if you reach in to get it, then you got to go find it. You have to find it. So as soon as it goes in out of sight, you put your hand, throw your hands up, and it's an automatic double. The wind plays with you here. I don't know quite what it is, but I think once the ball gets high, it'll move certain ways. It'll kick you the other way, or toward the outfield, or back toward the infield.
I mean, we're only a couple of blocks away from Lake Michigan, so it is almost like having your own private ocean, a lot like San Francisco or someplace when you're on the water. And then you contend with the ivy. Rizzo gets it up in the air, deep to center. A.J. Pollock at the track, and he runs it down. One pitch, one out.
Talking to a lot of people here at the ballpark trying to determine if the new big boards down the right field line and in left center, if they affect the flight of the baseball at all. That area, especially in left field, from the 368 mark past that Under Armour sign on the door over to what they call the well area, that's the shortest part of the ballpark. Ron Santo used to tell me he dunked a lot of balls into that basket in that particular area. And now the big board is right behind that area, so I'm not sure if that's going to make it an even more inviting target, or maybe the wind swirls around the board and knocks the ball down. We'll have to wait and play a lot of ball games and see how it affects play.
Chris Bryant, a bases loaded walk, his first plate appearance. Of course, they went through endless lawsuits, litigation, threats, counter threats with the owners of the rooftops to put those boards up here. And it's a process much like they did at Fenway Park, where they would build something new one year, and then the next year they'd put in green monster seats in left field, and the next year after that they'd redo the right field grandstand. Same here at Wrigley. It's sort of coming in waves.
One of the solutions to the rooftop owners, and
Bryant gets it up in the air, right field, Inciarte at the track in front of the wall and the ivy, and he's got it. Two loud fly ball outs for Godley here in the third.
And one of the solutions to some of the legal issues they had with the rooftop owners was just to buy the building. The Ricketts family or some of their representatives purchased some of the real estate across the street from Wrigley Field here to eliminate any chance of legal problems.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be.
Just write a check and solve the problem. And they still have the seats out there. Well, Zach Godley's retired 5 in a row. 2 down now for Javier Baez. Up the middle and into center. Baez aboard, a 2-out single. Just the third hit for the Cubs. Have you ever sat up on those seats? Or is that even worth it?
The rooftops?
Yeah,
I've been over there. It's more of a party atmosphere, obviously. There's, depending on which rooftop you're on, there's areas of the field that you can't see. But I think most of the people that are over on those rooftops, by the end of the day, they can't see anything.
Exactly. Wait, I'm facing the wrong direction. Wrigleyville neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood around here. Very residential.
We've talked about it in trips in here in the past. A lot of people don't believe me. When I was a player, we used to roll in here to Wrigley and they'd close the upper deck. They couldn't even fill the lower bowl. The Wrigleyville neighborhood was a little sketchy. People didn't really want to hang around here after ball games, but it has completely transformed into an event. This is like Mardi Gras and the State Fair all rolled into one every day.
And as this team continues to get better and better, and it will with all the young players they have here, this is going to be the place to be. So much talent. And they're really ahead of schedule. I think they caught a lot of people, maybe including themselves, by surprise, much like the Houston Astros did this year. And the fact that they're this good this soon. So many young guys up here. Baez and Russell and Bryant, and Rizzo was here before.
And there's always the possibility that some or all of these guys could take a step backward next year. But when you look at their skill sets and what they've done in their careers leading up to this season, they're going to be good for a long time.
Well, the speculation is they will go out and spend the money on pitching. They need to bolster that rotation. They did that with Lester. He got $155 million. And the idea of a Joe Madden, David Price reunion sounds very enticing here. course, Madden had Price in Tampa Bay. 1-2 on Ross. It's now the atmosphere and the direction that is very attractive to free agents, I would imagine. This is a place, why wouldn't you want to come here if you were a big-time free agent?
Especially if they're going to remodel and renew the clubhouses and some of the other things that fans don't see when they come to the ballpark. Put in a real weight room, have a real players parking lot. Some of the things that you take for granted at other ballparks.
Chris Owens calling for it. Ender and Ciarte is there. They strand a 2-out single through 3. D-backs down 4-0.
The D-backs face the Los Angeles Dodgers. The first 10,000 fans 21 and older will get a D-backs beer stein courtesy of Budweiser. Visit dbacks.com.
Have you warmed up the singing voice? I think we got a big day coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, well, I've been rehearsing.
It's not a new gig for you.
I learned very early on, because when you sit there every day and have to listen to some of the worst renditions of the 7th inning stretch you can imagine, you learn some very easy keys. Low and slow. Always start lower than you think you should, and always sing slower than you think you should. And once you get started, all you have to do is wave the microphone back and forth because all the fans are singing.
Bob Brenly will be doing the honors on Sunday as Wellington Castillo, the former Cub, shoots it down the left field line. Oakland plays it in the corner, and Welly has a leadoff double. That's his 13th double this year.
Very passive at bat first time around for Welly. Ended up getting called out on strikes without getting the bat off his shoulder. He wasn't going to let that happen again.
Rizzo having some fun with his former teammate there.
That'd be a good foot race, those two guys. Rizzo does a lot of things well. He's not the swiftest runner. He will steal some bases from time to time because he catches opposing pitchers by surprise, but he's not going to win a lot of foot races.
Well, you're down 4-0. You need base runners, and the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man aboard in an inning for the first time today. Here's David Peralta. He's got the other D-backs hit a single his first time up. Singing duty today is the comedian John Lovitz is going to do it today.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, Lonnie Anderson. He's a wacko.
He is.
Reaches down and lifts it in the air to Fowler in center. And of course, this was your big moment, one of many. You did it last year.
the scream at the beginning that really gets them going. I mean, you got to think it's middle of the 7th inning. These fans have been sitting out here in the sun drinking beer for 2.5 hours. You got to kind of wake them up first. Hey, like Harry used to. Then you get their attention. Now they're ready to sing.
If you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself? I would. Yasmani Tomas walked his first 10.
You mentioned John Lovett singing today. He's done it in the past, and he was inventing words in the booth.
Huh?
Well, Len Casper let him call a batter, and I forget who it was, but he hit a fly foul down the first baseline, which John Lovett's called a flowl.
Yeah, flowl.
Seemed to make sense at the time. I don't know.
Tomas, very patient at bat his first time up, worked the walk. He had struck out 6 times in his previous 10 at bats, so nice to see the patience up there.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Yasmani in there at first base today for Goldie. His first career start at first. Prior to today, he had played 2 innings at first base this year. That's a strike, 2 and 2.
I guess if you're filling in for Goldie, you have to be a little bit more patient at the plate.
This comes with a territory.
Take a walk.
Yeah. He did not play any first base during his time at AAA Reno. That was all spent in right field. Castillo at second, 1 out.
I think on the routine plays, Yasmani will do fine over there at first base. Ground ball to short, run to the bag, put your foot on the bag, catch the throw. But defense plays, pickoff plays. We saw Chris Owings go way in the hole in right field and throw awkwardly off balance to first base, and he had to change his feet. Those are the plays he might have some issues with just because he hasn't done it very much.
That was another good take right there. That's the same pitch that we've seen him sort of flail at a lot lately. And the strikeout total's going up, but that was a nice take there. It's full 3 and 2. Well, he's right from the get-go been far more athletic, I think, than anybody had an idea he would be. That's going to help him at first base today. 3-2 pitch.
There's so much more to playing first base, I think, than fans realize. Like I said, on a routine play, you or I could play first base. You run over to the bag, you put your foot on it, you catch the ball. But when the throw's offline, one side or the other, how do you shift your feet to get over to catch that ball? Stay on the bag, make sure you've got contact with the base at all times. We've seen first basemen back up into foul territory to take high throws. Those are all things that come with more experience and more comfort at that particular position. So I'm sure those are the ones he's hoping not to see today.
And all things that Goldie just excels at.
Second nature.
Yasmani turning in another nice AB here.
Catcher for John Lester and the pitcher himself can't get on the same page here.
It seems a very complex situation. Three and 2. Chopped to third. Bryant is there. He has got a big time arm. 2 down. That's why they think maybe Bryant in the not too distant future will play a corner outfield spot. He's already started a little bit this year lately in right field. He can really throw.
The Cubs think he's plenty athletic enough to move out to a corner, and as you said, with that big arms, that won't be a problem getting the ball back into the cutoff man or throwing to the bases. I think the real wild card in the whole thing is Baez, Javier Baez. Where will he end up? He came up initially as a shortstop. He's played second base. He's played third base. Figures to put up power numbers to profile well at third base. But if you can have a second baseman that's a 30 or 35 home run guy,
and he can be that guy.
Oh man,
he's really done a good job this year, Javier Baez, of cutting down on the strikeouts. That was the big problem last year. He struck out more than 40% of the time, but this year at AAA it's been about 25%. And he's got the opportunity now. Chris Owings, Castro's on the bench. Russell is the shortstop, and Baez just up for the minors this week is at second base. Diamondbacks trying to get on the board. Castillo still at second after his leadoff double.
It set up off that outside corner, but that cutting action on the fastball took it right back to the middle of the plate.
That cutter from the lefty moving into and toward the righty. Find a lot of guys in this situation, if they're Lester, started on the outer half and just have it kind of tail back in and try and catch the corner there.
That cutter, that you know, I always felt it was a good secondary pitch, a peripheral pitch, not something you rely on, but a lot of guys do rely heavily on that cutter if you can command it on both sides of the plate. Because that cutter right there, when you're starting it off the outside corner and trying to nip the outside corner, if you let it stray too far over the heart of the plate, that's one of the most hittable pitches in baseball. A flat cut fastball in the low 90s. No vertical movement at all. It's very horizontal, very flat, easy for a hitter to track. But those guys that can command it on the corners make $155 million.
Owens just did get a piece of that one. It's 3-2. 2 outs, Castillo in second. Boy, these guys. And it's a whole thing with these two.
Owings drives it to left. Coughlin at the track, at the wall. It's in the ivy. It comes out of the ivy. Castillo will score. It's an RBI double for Chris Owings. 4-1 ball game. 25th double for CO. And he continues to hit.
A lot of days here at Wrigley, that ball might have snuck up into the bleachers, but hit so hard and so low, a liner just over the head of Chris Coughlin out there in left field and off the base of the ivy.
Well, look at that swing. That's the way he drove the ball before he hurt the shoulder last year.
All right.
D-backs now 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Owings at second, 2 outs for Nick Ahmed, who walked his first time up. In there for a strike and 1. CO 7 for 11 in that series at Coors Field earlier this week. And a 2-out RBI double to get the Diamondbacks on the board. Colementor starts throwing again down there. And the Diamondback bullpen had been warming up in the first inning. It was a 35-pitch first inning for Zach Godley. He walked 4. 2 with the bases loaded. Drury is on deck. Godley's spot is next. This is popped up left center field. Fowler ranging way over into left, right in front of Coughlin.
who's got it. They strand Owens, but the Diamondbacks get one. It's a 4-1 ball game at Wrigley.
In when Goldie's taken out of the game or late in the game in a blowout, he'll go over. So he's done it. He's taken a lot of work over there with Andy Green. It's just a matter of to see him starting and get the confidence of the other infielders. It's important that your first baseman is competent because it makes the rest of the guys comfortable to throw the ball across the diamond.
Chip Hale on starting Yasmani Tomas over at first. First start over there for Tomas, of course, in place of Paul Goldschmidt, who is expected to be back with the team tomorrow after the birth of his first child. But with Tomas, I think the key words there were confidence and comfort of the other guys on defense to be able to throw the ball over there. And for Yasmani, they like the way that he's been versatile, working on various things. Obviously, guys he played a lot over at third earlier this year. They want to work with him a lot in the offseason and in spring on his defense in the outfield, but they feel good enough about what he can do at first in this type of situation.
Well, you certainly want to get the right-hand bat in there against Lester. There's no question about that. And Godley facing Lester here, who's just a terrible hitter. He's behind 3-0. This guy just cannot hit. But it's 3 balls and no strikes. And he walked John Lester on 4 pitches to open up the inning. That's the 5th walk issued by Zach Godley. Does there come a point, Bob, and maybe it should have already happened, where Zach Godley, with his stuff, just throws it down the middle every time?
Absolutely. We referenced Trevor Cahill earlier in the ball game, a guy who occasionally would fall into similar traps where he tried to be too fine, and then that late movement that he had on all his pitches took everything out of the zone. It wasn't even close enough for a hitter to think about swinging at. Pick a target, that emblem on Wellington Castillo's chest protector or his face mask or something that's right in the middle of the plate, and that should be your target, and then let the movement take the ball to the corners.
Well, he has yet to throw a strike in this inning. He had that rough 35 pitch first, during which the Cubs got 3 runs on only 1 hit. Godley walked 4, 2 with the bases loaded. And now he's walked Lester behind on Russell to open up the 4th. Russell homered his first time up. Chip Hale. Time for a pep talk. There is no one throwing in the Diamondback bullpen right now.
Yeah, when a manager comes running out of the dugout, he got something he wants to impart, whether it's to the pitcher, the catcher, the entire infield. He had a message in mind, and he wanted to get out there quickly.
Enrique Burgos will quickly start warming up. Just go get him. Let's take a minute here. 6 pitches in the inning, all balls. He has thrown, Zach Godley, 64 pitches. More balls than strikes. And there it is. 2-1. Cubs lead at 4-1. They still have only 3 hits. 2 singles and the Russell homer. Now he's got it going. 2-2. Russell, top 10 in the National League in pitches seen per plate appearance. He has shown himself at the age of 21 to be a very patient hitter up there. Fowler, the leadoff man, on deck. And this was Zach in the first, and it was a struggle. He walked 3 in a row, 4 in the inning.
Started with the leadoff man, Dexter Fowler. And 2 base on balls with the bases loaded. Seemed to settle in a little bit in that second inning after giving up the leadoff homer.
Addison Russell, he's got 1, and now he's got 2. 6-1 Cubs. Well, Russell was only 3 for his last 25 coming into the ball game today, but he's had 2 at bats, and now he's got 2 homers. That time he did throw it right down the middle.
That was center cut with no movement. That ball stayed straight as an arrow right down the middle of the plate. This does tuck it up into that front row.
And that 4-pitch leadoff walk to John Lester comes back to really hurt now. It's a 6-1 ball game, and here's Dexter Fowler. Burgos continues to throw for Chip Hale. Fowler has walked and struck out. And 2. Dexter Fowler over his last 24 games really hot, hitting better than 340. 17 extra base hits, but Godley brings him up. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Zach Godley.
2 of them looking of Dexter Fowler, and he wasn't happy either time. Break a ball at the top part of the strike zone. Not a great location for that breaking ball, but definitely in the strike zone.
Brings up Austin Jackson. In the air to center, AJ. Two down for Chris Coghlan. Well, Godley's spot is due up to lead off the 5th, so this is going to be it. Regardless, Coghlan singled and scored in the first. He's 1 for 2. Has been a tremendous year for this young man, Zach Godley. Nothing that happened today should taint any of that. He has had a sensational run this year in his first season with the Diamondbacks organization. And he has proven to be a tremendous find, and everybody's excited about his future. Spent most of the year, you forget, pitching in A ball at Visalia.
Came up from Double-A Mobile near the end of July after just a handful of starts at the Double-A level, and dominated in his first 3 big league starts. And so you forget he spent half this year pitching A ball, so it's been a very quick progression for Zack Godley. Big concern with Godley, his innings workload. He was a starter in college at Tennessee. Cubs converted him into a reliever in their minor league system. He never made a start in their organization, just a relief pitcher. Last year, pitched at 2 levels of single-A ball, and you saw the innings only 55. All in relief. But the Diamondbacks have turned him back into a starter like he was in college. And so he has thrown more than double the number of innings he threw last year.
And those college innings can be deceiving. We've talked about this before. If you're the Friday night guy, you basically start 1 game a week, maybe pitch relief on a Tuesday night game if they need some innings, but it's not like taking that ball every 5th day like you do in professional baseball.
Diamondbacks believe because Godley is a little older, he's 25, and bigger than most guys, that his age and his body type should help the durability, but he walks Godley. That's the 6th walk issued by Zack Godley. And that's going to be it. Enrique Burgos coming in. Diamondbacks trail it 6-1 back after this. Brought to you in part by your Valley Honda dealer, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Chicago, Illinois, Zack Godley with 6 walks, Addison Russell with 2 homers, all part of a 6-1 Cubs lead, and with 2 outs in the 4th. On in relief is the right-hander Enrique Burgos.
We would assume Burgos in the ballgame just to get out of this inning. You mentioned it before. The pitcher spot is due to lead off in the top half of the 5th inning for the Diamondbacks. If you were going to ask Burgos to throw more than 1 out, you'd have to double switch right here. And since there is no double switch, Burgos probably facing his only hitter if he retires.
Rizzo has walked and flied out. He's 0 for 1. 5th in the National League in OPS, top 10 in homers and RBIs. He's got Coughlin at first, 2 outs.
Hoping to see that same slider from Enrique Burgos here at Wrigley that we saw at Coors Field. I don't know if I've ever seen a pitcher make a slider move as much as Enrique Burgos was making that slider move against the Rockies hitters.
Yeah, Chip Hale described it as electric. It was something else. Really looked good. You got to be careful with Rizzo. Big time power threat. He's only 2 home runs shy of 100 for his career. Like 32 last year. So an immediate test for Enrique Burgos. A big out to get. Saw this matchup back on May 23rd at Chase. It didn't end well.
That slider just kind of a cement mixer there in the middle of the plate. Inciarte tried to climb the wall, but to no avail. You think about Anthony Rizzo's home run totals, and he probably loses a half a dozen or more at the beginning of the season because the wind blows in, and then maybe he gains a half a dozen later in the summer when the winds blow out.
They always say that. Oh, it all evens out.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I just don't think I do. You know, in my 8 years here, it always blows across more than anything else from one corner to the other, but it seemed like it blew in a lot more than it blew out.
Cold nights in April.
In August.
2-2. The coldest I've ever been on this job was when we were here 2 years ago, and I think it was very early in the year because our position is up. We're up high, almost on the roof, essentially. And that wind comes straight at us in this open booth. There we are. And, boy, it is cold here sometimes. But very nice today. Got a bit of a breeze up here.
I told the story in the past when Len Casper and I first took the job to work together right next door in the TV booth. The stadium operations people came to us and said, listen, you want the windows in or out? Because once we take them out, they're too hard to put back in. And I said, well, what do you think, man? What do you think? And we were asking around, and everybody said, Harry always said the windows have to go. He wants to experience what the fans are experiencing. So idiotically, we said, well, if it's good enough for Harry, it's good enough for us. Of course, Harry had some antifreeze in him most nights up here in the booth, so he didn't notice the wind blowing in off the lake.
There's Len.
Oh, I'm telling you what, you get temperature in the 40s and 50s with a 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing right off a lake that still has ice on it. It gets cold up here.
The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald up here. There goes Coughlin. Rizzo drives it to right, and that gets down for a base hit. Coughlin gets third. Boy, he is good. He is a really good hitter.
A lot of things going on, but he does them all so early that when that front foot comes down, everything is in a perfect hitting position. That's why he can be so quick on pitches inside, even though he's standing right on top of the plate.
There's another guy that can be pretty good, Chris Bryant. 6 homers, 18 RBIs in his last 15 games. He has walked with the bases loaded and flied out. 0 for 1 with an RBI. And Bryant, the National League Rookie of the Month for August. Last month he had 330. 7 homers, 20 RBIs in 28 games. And he has had 42 RBIs this season with 2 outs. That is the most by a major league rookie since Garrett Atkins with the Rockies 10 years ago. Man. James Hoy says ball 2.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. I don't know how Chris Bryant takes this pitch. That's right on the outside corner.
And slider. Cut that time at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
We talk about Bryant and his power. 22 home runs here in his rookie season, and he hits them all over the place. I asked for this graphic from our crew because every highlight I see he's hitting a home run to right field, but apparently 5 to right, 5 to center, and 12 to left field. And when a guy has power all over the ballpark, like Goldie, like Chris Bryant, they don't have to pull the ball to do damage. Just hit it hard, barrel it up, it will go anywhere.
Well, Bryant is a big dude up there at 6'5", but he can still crush anything that's down low. And that's something that he works on a lot. He'll get low. Watch him spread that stance and get down there. And then drive that back knee down to the ground to get that back path below the pitch and lift it up in the air. On the ground to Gosselin at third. They hit the force on Rizzo, and Burgos is out of the inning. But Addison Russell, his first career multi-home run game, has made it 6-1 Cubs. Brandon Drury 1 for 7 so far after his first 2 big league starts, and his first base hit at Coors Field against the righty John Gray. Family in attendance. Brandon so far with a single and a walk through 2 big league games, and he'll hit for Burgos against John Lester to lead off the 5th. So Drury will hit for Burgos, who got the last out of the 4th. A.J. Schugel started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. So we might see Schugel work the 5th. There he is. Suge Knight. Drury's got his second major league hit. He bangs it into center one more time. A leadoff single. Backs out the leadoff man aboard with a base hit for the second straight inning against John Lester.
Much like his initial hit in the big leagues, right back where it came from. Lester with a fastball down in the zone, and Drury rips it into center field for a leadoff base hit.
Got to get the top of this order going so far, Bob. They are 0 for 6, the 1-3-3 hitters against Lester. And now the order comes around for the 3rd time. Here's Inciarte. Brandon Drury is a player. He's going to play a big role moving forward. Bryant in on the grass at 3rd. Inciarte bunts it right to him. They'll get the lead man here. Bryant's though slow to get the ball out of his glove. That's been an issue with Chris Bryant at 3rd base. We talked about him moving to a corner outfield spot. He has the need to kind of tap the ball with the mid a couple of times. That creates a stutter step, and they could not turn 2 there. Watch Bryant. A couple of taps right here.
He uses a very big glove down there at third base. It almost looks like an outfielder's glove that's been broken in like an infielder's glove. A lot of room in that pocket for the ball to rattle around, and they just do get the lead runner at second on a really hard bunt by Ender Inciarte. Now watch his lead at first base.
This should be fun. Phil Gosselin, the hitter. There goes Ender. Here's the throw from Ross. It's offline. And Inciarte is in there. That's his 16th stolen base. He'll start putting some pressure on Lester and get back in this ball game.
Got a huge lead out there past the cutoff on that infield grass. David Ross has to rush his throw so badly it short hops in at second base and Ender's in safely.
1-0 count on Gosselin. There's a strike.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
There goes Inciarte one more time, and he's in there again. He gets 16 and 17 in the stolen base department for Ender. And he's at third with 1 out.
Had a big lead and was walking toward third base as Lester delivered that ball home. Another easy steal for Ender Inciarte.
Keep the foot on the gas. Away. Gosselin 0 for 2 so far. Full count. A.J. Pollock in the 3-hole is on deck. Goldie expected back tomorrow, the new Papa. That is a fair ball. It's off the bag. Inciarte scores to make it 6-2, and Gosselin will end up at second with an RBI double.
Off the base down there at third. You see Ross sets up way away. The pitch is way in. Gosselin rips it right down that third baseline, skipped off the bag, and fortunately goes on out into shallow left field, allowing Gosselin to pull in at second with an RBI double.
Espasio, the pitching coach, wants a word. Diamondbacks trying to get back in the ball game. 6-2 now, and A.J. Pollock is up with Gosselin at second and only 1 out. Hey fans, a good time to remind you that now is the time. Tweet us your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag AZDanaStrong and maybe you'll see your photo at an upcoming Diamondback TV broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. A beautiful shot of Wrigley Field right there. This is a special place. You can complain about it you want. It's old, we get it, but boy, it's something to just come here and enjoy day baseball. This is the way it's supposed to be.
I can just hear some of the old-time fans, however, with the big boards now and entertainment between innings. That's something that just never was part of the Wrigley experience. Between innings, you talk to the people sitting next to you in the stands. You speculated about how many more innings are they going to let this stiff pitch. When are they going to pinch hit for this bum? You know, there was always baseball conversation going on between innings, but now they got music videos and, you know, the kiss cam and all the other stuff that every other ballpark has.
Want to have the old-time feeling and all the new elements for the board and the whole thing. AJ knocks that the other way. That's going to get down in the corner. Oh, it just missed a foul ball. That was a sure RBI double right there, but we mentioned a moment ago there is no foul ground out there.
That wind blowing in, not hard, but blowing in just enough from center field to push that one into foul territory.
And AJ down 0-2. There's the wind coming off Lake Michigan, sort of swirling around up there now. Hazy day here on the north side of Chicago. Supposed to have pretty good weather. The governor, Greg Schulte, has already guaranteed it will not rain in the series.
The governor is now a meteorologist, huh?
But he's always right. Ralph, mostly right. Confidence high. The governor, governor's a lock. He's got that whole Midwest thing going. He can read the skies.
Not to mention the 15 weather websites he has bookmarked.
He does too. Got half of them on his phone. 1 and 2. Right center field. Jackson and Fowler out there. It's Austin Jackson. Goslin will hold at second. And that's the second out. Brings up Wellington Castillo, the former Cub, who doubled and scored his last time. I'll tell you what, you get that run home from second, suddenly you're right back in it at 6-3. See if Willie can come up with a 2-out hit right here.
Well, not quite to the extent of Coors Field, where we say all the time, as long as you have outs left in a ball game, you have a chance to win. Wrigley Field can play that way at times too. There's no lead that is safe here with the short left field and left center field fence. Depending on how the wind is blowing on a given day, you can jump right back into a ball game quickly.
Foul ground near the Diamondback dugout, and it's in the seats there.
As you said, a little overcast today, not quite as bright and sunny as it can be here at Wrigley Field. And the sun is always a factor here as well. As the afternoon goes on, those guys on the right side of the infield are really going to struggle. Anthony Rizzo never saw this ball. As he palms up, he's over there by Dave McKay. The ball is over near the on-deck circle.
That almost killed Andy Green. Wow. That's why they wear the helmets down there.
And this is the most dangerous situation for a third base coach. You can see Andy at the ready position, and that time he has to go down to get out of the way of that line drive. When you have a runner at second base, that third base coach is always going to try to get as close to home plate as he can, bring the runner around the bag, sometimes even run down the third base line with them, before letting him know whether to continue on or whether to stop.
Well, now they lost a ball in the Cub bullpen. Trying to get Phil Goslin home from second. 2 outs, 0-2 on Castillo. Time there's a runner on second, they got to go through the whole thing. And these guys work together all the time.
Yeah, and usually a valet catcher, the reason for it isn't so the pitcher never shakes off. It's so that if he does shake off, you know what he wants to go to next. Occasionally you're just back there guessing, hanging fingers until he shakes his head yes, but when you have a guy that works so closely as these two do, if Lester shakes off, usually David Ross knows exactly what he wants to go to next. But they just can't seem to get it going here today.
It looks like today they've never worked together. No signal, just a fist. Popped it up. Foul ground right side. Rizzo fighting that glare. And he's got it.
They strand Goslin at second base. But Goslin turns in the RBI double. Diamondbacks trying to chip away. Bottom fifth coming up at Wrigley. For the bottom of the fifth inning. Hey, D-backs fans, excited to introduce to you brand new Pepsi Limon. Pepsi Limon is made with just a hint of real lime juice, so it's got a little bit of lime and a whole lot of flavor. Pick up yours today, now available at your local retailer. A whole bunch of Diamondback fans here with us, a sponsors trip, and we're thrilled to have them along here for what should be a really fun 3 games here at Wrigley Field over the weekend. 3 day games, D-backs and Cubs, and we're thrilled to have so many of our important sponsors here with us to enjoy.
Good weekend to be in the Windy City, the unofficial final weekend of summer, although it feels like we're going to have summer weather for a while here in Chicago, but this is the one everybody gets out and celebrates just in case it starts snowing next week.
Which it might. A.J. Schugel, the 26-year-old right-hander, on to open up the 6th against, or the bottom of the 5th, pardon me, against Javier Baez. Here's the numbers on Schugel. Split this season between AA Mobile and AAA Reno. We talked about this last time we saw AJ pitch. Baez has walked and singled so far. His numbers at Mobile were outstanding. 7-2, a 2.21 ERA. Just over 77 innings. Then he went to Reno, and as sometimes happens, things got out of hand.
That's where your minor league staff really has to be observant and know what they're looking at. Don't pay attention strictly to the numbers, because that Pacific Coast League can absolutely blow up numbers both offensively for hitters and earned run average and losses for pitchers.
The previous pitch, Bob, a really good example of what you were talking about with Baez's swing. It's a big loopy swing.
Points the barrel of that bat out toward the mound, gets a lot of weight out on his front foot, and then full extension all the way through.
2-2. There's another one, fights it off and dunks it into right. A base hit for Baez. He's got a board all 3 times up, a leadoff
single. Down near the trademark just a little bit. A little floating line drive into shallow right field. Looking for that double play ball, and they've got the perfect candidate making his way into that batter's box, David Ross.
Love those slow old catchers.
Yeah.
Ross is 38.
His walk-up music is Forever Young.
is still going here at the age of 38. The quintessential backup catcher. 13 years in the big leagues, but he's played in more than 100 games only once over that span. And check his swing there. He's in there for his pitch calling and his defense, a career .230 hitter.
It's always good if you're a catcher to attach yourself to a perennial 20-game winner. Be his valet catcher. And hope he's 10 years younger than you.
Yeah, it's like those birds in Africa that sit on top of elephants. Yeah. There goes Baez. The throw from Castillo is a beauty, and they got him. Wellington Castillo. A tremendous throw. The question was, did Baez get a hand in there? And they'd already shown it on their brand new board, and the Cubs fans think yes, he did.
Oh, what a quick release once again by Wellington Castillo.
John Hirschbeck, the crew chief, of the second base umpire. The out call is made, and we'll see if Joe Madden wants to challenge. Might have got him on the hand just before he got it in there. You see the sliding mitt on there. And that's always a concern with Baez, who had an injury earlier this year. A broken hand cost him 2 months, so there will be no challenge. And that's a caught stealing thrown out by Castillo.
It was kind of odd. Baez took a peek back to home plate when he was about 3/4 of the way down to second. I don't know if I've ever seen a base stealer look that late. Normally they'll take a crossover step, get up to speed, and then take a quick peek back to home plate.
Ross drives the ball to right field. It backs up in Ciarte, and it can't get there. He plays it off the wall with his bare hand, and David Ross is in there with his 8th double. So the caught stealing might have cost the Cubs a run there.
I think that should have been a ground rule double anyway. It looked like the ball hit the warning track, went over the basket, and hit the bricks behind, and came back over the basket onto the field of play. Ender put his hands up immediately, which is the proper thing to do, and then when the ball came right back to him, he just went ahead and threw it back to the infield.
That deep corner in there in right. Funny things can happen in that right field corner.
Well, the late Ron Santo used to insist, and I'd argue with him every time he would say it, that this is the toughest right field to play in baseball because of the wind and the sun and the bricks and the ivy and the basket and all the other things you have to deal with out there. I always thought Candlestick was the worst because I saw some really funny things happen in right field at Candlestick. And birds, you got to deal with the birds.
John Lester. Up the middle. Nick Ahmed boots it. And Lester's aboard. A very slow roller up the middle. And Nick can't quite get a glove on it. E6.
That's on me. That's my fault.
What'd you do?
I've been telling every person I ran into today that Nick Ahmed is quite possibly one of the best defensive second basemen to ever put on a uniform, or shortstops rather. So that's my fault.
Well, here's a pretty good shortstop, 21-year-old Addison Russell, who has been up twice and homered twice. And Lester, who cannot hit a lick, is on base for the second time today. A walk, and he leads 6. Ball 1. First career multi-home run game for the 21-year-old shortstop. Baez at third, Lester the pitcher at first. You know what drives you crazy about this ballpark? And I love the center field scoreboard. It's a great statement piece now, and I hope they leave it up there forever. But there's nowhere in this park where there's just the standard line score, runs, hits, errors. At least from where we can see.
Yeah.
That is some stuff along the facades here, but if you look out at all the stuff they got going on in the outfield, it's old school. You got to figure it out that way. Man, what?
Not only that, but in a stroke of marketing genius, they never put the numbers on the center field scoreboard for the out-of-town games and who's pitching.
Got to get the scorecard.
You got to buy the scorecard where they're listed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Pitcher number 4 for Cleveland.
So you got to pick up your program and dig through. Okay, Cleveland, pitcher number 4. Who is that? You see, this game they put up the actual number of the pitchers who are on the mound, but in the out-of-town games and all-night games tonight in baseball, other than this one, so there are no numbers up there. But yeah, they just put up 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the number happens to be, corresponding.
It's like the old faucets in those bed and breakfasts with the hot and the cold. They're separate. It looks nice, but really it's just annoying. Yeah. There you go. Good job.
Nicely done.
Oh, he wants to take a picture.
Take a picture of it. There you go.
2-2. Full count. Cubs got Addison Russell from Oakland at the trade deadline last year in the Jeff Samardzija deal. And he's the shortstop of the future and now present. Little flare along the right field line. Long run for Inciarte. Owens can't get there either, and it's a foul ball. Both guys on a dead run trying to get that one. Addison Russell, a solo shot to lead off the second. And then a 2-run homer in the fourth. Numbers 11 and 12 on the year. He's only 21 years old. One more time on 3-2. Milwaukee, bases are loaded for Fowler. That's the 7th walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers here today.
You see, Chip's got to come up off the dugout, walk up the steps just so his infielders can see him. And he can position him where he wants him here with the bases loaded.
And here's Fowler, who's had a very good second half of the season at the plate. Not such a great day today. He has walked and struck out twice. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball 1. Fly ball left field. Peralta. Baez is at third, and he will hold there. Or Ross at third, pardon me.
Nice job by David to stay behind that ball enough so he had some momentum. That was the determining factor over there, whether to send David Ross or hold him. Stays behind it just enough so that that last big step forward leads him right into his throw.
.38-year-old catchers, backup catchers, don't often tag up on those types of fly balls.
You know, occasionally you'll have the element of surprise working, but other than that, probably not a good idea.
More like shock. Austin Jackson, the only Cub who has yet to reach base. He is 0 for 3. There's strike 1. Base hit. It rolls into right. Ross scores. They will stop Lester at third. And it's 7-2 Chicago.
A tardy swing right there. muscles it through that right side of the infield. Once again, a Diamondbacks outfielder charging aggressively forces the Cubs to throw up the stop sign over there at third base.
They're still loaded for Chris Coghlan, who has singled and walked. Ball one. And Lester at third, Russell at second, Jackson at first. Cubs about hit the Diamondbacks 8-5. They also have 7 walks. 1-1 pitch. Ball 2.
There's really only been one semi-clean inning for D-backs pitchers in this game, and that was the third when Zach Godley got 2 quick outs, gave up a Baez single, and then got Ross to fly out to right. Other than that, it's been a labor.
And laboring here, 3 balls and a strike. Got Rizzo on deck. Zach Godley issued a pair of bases loaded walks in the first. He walked 4 in that inning. 6 in the ball game. 3-1 pitch. That's out of play. Three and 2. Walking. Jeez. Third bases loaded walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers. Here comes Mike Harkey. And it's 8-2 Cubs. 8 walks by D-backs pitchers. 6 of them by the starter Godley. That's a season high.
We're in the 5th inning. Some of these guys, it's their first go round at the major league level. For some of them, it's been a long summer. They've thrown a lot of innings, a lot of pitches, but man, gotta throw the ball over the plate to make anything happen.
Silvino Bracho will start warming up for the Diamondbacks. This is a bad spot in which to find yourself. Bases loaded for Anthony Rizzo. He has walked and singled. He's 1 for 2. Rizzo homered here in their loss to the Reds on Wednesday. He's hitting only .205 over his last 21 games, but he does have 6 homers during that stretch. Addison Russell is the runner at third. Austin Jackson at second and Chris Coghlan at first.
slam, and it's 12-2. From the Cargo slam to the Rizzo slam, Colorado to Chicago.
Well, just below the belt, right in the middle of the plate.
Oh, Mark Grace better start getting warmed up.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's Bryant. Third Cub homer. Two by Addison Russell and the grand slam by Rizzo. Ninth man to bat in this inning against A.J. Schugel. Well, there always was that famous Cub-Philly game that Jack Brickhouse did, in which they scored about 100 runs between the two teams. Gosselin can't throw Bryant out. He's aboard. And the Cubs will bat around here in the fifth. That was May 17th, 1979. One of the all-time classic Wrigley Field games.
The big difference that day was the wind was blowing out about 40 miles an hour.
Schmidt was hitting home runs. Dave Kingman was hitting home runs. Buckner, everybody. I'm sure Pale is going to make the necessary changes here. It is ball club down 12-2, and still not through the fifth. Silvino Bracho coming in back after this. Sports Arizona is brought to you in part by Hayward Pool Products. Discover reliable, powerful pool cleaning with the new Aquanaut Pool Cleaner. By Arizona Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros location today. And by Phoenix International Raceway. Join PIR on November 15th for NASCAR. Visit us at phoenixraceway.com and get your tickets now. Back in Chicago, Diamondbacks trail the Cubs 12-2, and Silvino Bracho will face Javier Baez, who began this fifth inning with a leadoff single as the Cubs have batted around.
Numbers on Silvino Bracho, the right-hander who had such a good year at AA Mobile this year. His 4th big league appearance. Another one of those big, loopy, long Baez swings. He's down 0-2. 10th man to bat in the Cub 5th. Way back and gone. It's 14-2. Javier Baez, 3 for 3, 2 singles, a homer, and a walk.
Well, we talked about a fun weekend here at Wrigley Field. Maybe not so much for the Diamondbacks pitching staff. And we passed the point of no return where you loosen up guys and make sure they're not comfortable in that batter's box. This is like glorified batting practice right now.
It's been a long season. It's a tired staff. It's dotted with rookies in their first handful of big league games, and it's just caught up to them today. I mean, it's Zach Godley and A.J. Schugel and Silvino Bracho. These guys are getting their very first glimpses of life at the big league level, and we've got a tired and somewhat injured bullpen and rotation. These things are going to happen here on September 4th. We're just at that point in the year. David Ross doubled and scored earlier in this inning. I mean, every one of the pitchers that Diamondbacks have had to use today, even Enrique Burgos, has spent a significant time, or even most of the time this year, pitching in the minor leagues. So they're a little over their skis right now. Just inside, it's 3-1. Dave Stewart said something the other day that really made a lot of sense, and Dave and Tony La Russa are here today. He said the Diamondbacks, with all these young players, are an immature ball club. They are learning how to play the game every day. This is part of that.
Well, what we've seen recently especially is when you play against quote unquote the good teams, the Diamondbacks get spanked around. St. Louis came in, swept a 4-game series at home. They got swept by that Mets strong pitching staff in New York. They hold their own with the Reds and the Brewers and some of the other teams in baseball that are in somewhat similar situations. But as a measuring stick against the really good teams in baseball, the Diamondbacks know how far they have to go before they're one of those teams.
And Dave Stewart said, for as good as he believes this team is and will be, he's got to recognize the fact that it's an immature team and avoid the frustration of the inconsistency that you're going to get from time to time. It's a process. You don't come back from 98 losses and start beating division leaders the next year every time.
And one thing, and I mean this fully, hats off to Chip Hale for keeping this club together the way he has this year, because a lot of ball clubs that have the kind of offense and defense that the Diamondbacks do but get banged around like this, it's very easy for that team to separate. It's not our fault, it's the pitcher's fault. And that has not happened. Everybody in that first base dugout is still pulling on the same end of the rope. Unfortunately, the rope is very slippery.
Yeah, there's no question about that. They are a group down there. There's no doubt about that.
That's a testament to Chip and his staff. I mean, I've seen it happen early in the season where you have a split right down the middle of the team.
And they've already done, at this point, better than last year. Last year, 64-98, 30 games behind the Dodgers in the NL West. Never did recover from that 8-22 start. Another 3-2 to Ross. Puts this in the air to right center field. Playable for Pollock. But the Cubs bat around. 8 runs in this inning, the most by the Cubs in any inning this year. And the Diamondbacks are down 14-2.
Lead Anthony Rizzo with the grand slam in that inning. And in the pregame show today, we were talking about Joe Maddon, what a great fit for the city here in his first year. But one thing we know, Anthony Rizzo is a great fit for this city. And interesting story, the fans love him here, and they show him that love over here by first base. But one day I was outside the stadium waiting for a taxi, and Anthony Rizzo pulls up at one of the establishments, and there are many, of course, around the ballpark, and gave a group of young kids his jersey. And it's just that kind of thing that he does, just random stuff like that, but also very involved in the community. But just sitting over here near the Diamondbacks dugout where the fans interact with Anthony Rizzo all the time here at Wrigley Field, guys.
Well, the Cub fans will be very happy today, leading 14-2. Some changes for Joe Maddon. We start on the mound. John Lester has the rest of the day off. Justin Grin, the right-hander, is on to open up the 6th. David Peralta will lead it off. Jonathan Herrera is the new second baseman. He takes over for Javier Baez. Baez replaces Chris Bryant at third. So they get a look at Baez as a potential third baseman. We talked about that earlier. They might move Bryant to the outfield at some point. So Baez would be an option at third. Peralta has singled and flied out 1 for 2. Ground to shortstop. Madison Russell throws him out. 1 away.
Take a look at our Geico this day in Major League Baseball history. We were talking about how tough it was to play that doubleheader in Colorado. Well, how about this? On September 3rd, 1928, the Boston Braves started a streak of 9 consecutive doubleheaders. They would go 4-14 over that stretch of 9 doubleheaders. Talk about running short on pitching.
Well, back in those days, they probably only used like 6 guys.
Yeah.
They all pitched. As Manny Tomas has walked and grounded out. Jonathan Herrera, the new second baseman, will bat in the 8th spot for Joe Madden. Pitcher spot now 5th in the Cubs order. I imagine you, in doing 8 years of Cubs TV, saw a couple of these games along the way.
Yeah, usually it was the other way around, though. The visiting team came in here and stomped the living daylights out of some of those bad Cub teams. It was fun in 07, 08. They had some good ball clubs then, some really good players. And they had a few lean years, and then Theo and his gang came in here and decided to blow it up and start over from scratch.
With everything, the organization, the ballpark. It's all new and improved.
And it's still a process. Visiting clubhouse down there talking to some of the attendants earlier this morning, and they said they are on hold until not this offseason, but the next offseason, and that might be optimistic.
Eventually, hopefully, they'll get to the broadcast booth.
Yeah, one of these days.
And we'll really be in good shape. 2-2 on Tomas. It's funny, when Theo was hired to take over as the baseball operations chief here a few years ago, he brought in Rick Sutcliffe, who was a great pitcher here, and he sent Sut out to every spring training backfield they had. It was literally starting from scratch. And Theo told him, go look at all our pitchers and tell me what we have to work with here. As Tomas reaches. So Sut spent a few days on all the backfields, and there's a million of them back there in spring training. And he said he saw about 70 different minor league pitchers. This is right when Theo took over. So he goes back to Theo after a few days and says, I saw 3 guys who can pitch in the big leagues. 3 out of 70. And Sut said that Theo's response was to start swearing loudly.
Understandable.
Yeah, I mean, he was just confirming what Theo basically already knew, that the pitching pool was pretty empty in the Cubs system. Now they have stocked the offensive side of things with a whole bunch of studs. They got studs all over the field. The pitching, yeah, they got to go get Lester. They might have to go get Price. We'll see. They brought in some other guys. Rizzo right behind Tomas. And he can turn 2 as Owings reaches.
Yeah, I think for Cub fans, however, at least there's a plan in place. At least there's an idea of how to go about turning around a franchise that hasn't won a World Series since the early 1900s. Stock your system with good young players. You develop them, you get them up to the big leagues offensively, and then you spend the money on pitching. For so many years, the Cubs would just band-aid things. They go out and get guys maybe a year or 2 after their best seasons. They got George Bell a year or 2 after he was pretty much cooked. They brought Danny Jackson in here a couple of years after he was pretty well cooked. Just constantly trying to put band-aids on things, and it just never worked, and they spent a lot of money doing it. At least there's a plan in place now.
There is the theory that if you're going to draft in the top 5, let's say, and you draft a pitcher, and a lot of teams do that, there's a risk there because you never know if they'll get hurt, if they'll not quite live up to expectations. Generally, the stud hitter like the Chris Bryants of the world, you know what you're going to get pretty much. It's a sure bet picking 1 through 5. So maybe you spend all those high picks on position players like they've done with Schwarber and Bryant and some other guys. And then, as you said, go out and get the pitching. Buy the established major league veteran that you know is also probably more of a sure thing than some rookie kid coming out of college.
It's like buying that mystery bag. We're not quite sure what's in it, but yeah, we'll take it. And it turns out to be another bad pitcher.
It's been a long time. 1-2 on Nick Ahmed. Ross can't hang on.
Well, for Rick Sutcliffe to go down and look at that many minor league pitchers and come back with such a small single-digit number of potential prospects, obviously there were bigger problems within the organization. Who's drafting these guys? Who's evaluating these guys that we don't think are ever going to make it to the big leagues? I mean, it's a very inexact science. There's no question about that, but geez, 3 out of 70? That's not very good.
It's a long 3 days on the backfields. And it's funny thing is, you're right. You look around the diamond here, and you look at how many guys they've picked. They acquired Russell in a trade, but boy, they got Rizzo in a trade. He's been with 3 different teams now. But they were right on that guy, and they were right on this guy. Ooh, and they got that guy right, and they gave this international guy the money, and he looks good. I mean, they've gotten a lot of them right, which is not easy to do. Herrera behind the bag at second. Russell covers, and that's the force to end the inning. Diamondbacks trail the Cubs 14-2. Cox Gig Live high-speed highlights. It's been all Cubs. They lead the Diamondbacks 14-2. As we press on here in the bottom of the 6th, Jonathan Herrera, their second baseman, facing Silvino Bracho. Changes for the Diamondbacks. Jake Lamb takes over at first base for Yasmani Tomas. Ender Inciarte takes over in center for A.J. Pollock. Tomas moves from first to right, replacing Inciarte, and Oscar Hernandez, who in the last inning was double switched in the ball game.
Oscar just took one in the head right there on the backswing.
Needs to get Oscar some rare experience these days.
Boom! Oh, man, he got hit hard.
He did. Herrera, 230 and 1 home run. Not getting a ton of playing time these days. He had only 18 at bats all of last month. A switch hitter. And Bracho strikes him out to open up the 6th. Silvino Bracho was a big-time strikeout guy in the minor leagues. Put up some big numbers. 44 innings at Mobile this year, 59 strikeouts. Here's
Addison Russell, who has homered twice and walked, he scored 3 times. Well, there's one thing about having to play a game without Goldie. It likely wouldn't have made a difference today. So there's that.
Got that going for us.
Which is nice, I think. Wrigley Field looks different all the time. Every time you come here, they put up a new scoreboard, or they're trying to make some changes to the ballpark and the neighborhood around it. There's a big swing and a miss. It looks a lot different now than it did very recently, even back when Gracie was playing here. I mean, it didn't have any of these things.
We didn't even have a lot of the rooftops open when Gracie played. There was a rooftop, but there weren't bleachers, concession stands across the street.
Bracho's got that fastball working here. This is the glory days of Gracie back when he was just a baby. 13 seasons here.
He was one of the most beloved Cubs. Because he, I saw the piece on Joe Madden before the ball game that Jody did, and Gracie was one of those guys. He got Chicago. He understood the fans. He understood what they've been through. He was out amongst them quite a bit.
That's in the seats.
And the fans, really latched on. I mean, there's no question that during Gracie's days, that Ryan Sandberg was the star of the team. But I think if you ask the fans, who's your favorite player, the overwhelming majority would have said Mark Grace.
Yeah. And this is a tremendous place to be one of those guys where you own the town. Haven't had too many over the course of the years. Jordan, obviously. Blackhawks are big now as Russell strikes out. And you go back to the glory days of Stan Mikita, the Bears, Bobby Douglas, and Gale Sayers way back. But more recently, there haven't been a lot of those guys.
Of course, Ditka
with the Bears. We're going to get a pinch hitter here. Quinton Berry will hit for Dexter Fowler. Quinton Berry spent the entire season playing for the Red Sox AAA team in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. He got released late last month. Cubs just picked him up. A chance to get Quinton Berry some at-bats. Just over 300 big league at bats. Almost all of those came with the Tigers 3 years ago. 266.
Change-up that time from Bracho. That's a pitch we haven't seen him use much. Of course, you ought to take this opportunity to work on some of your secondary pitches. Maybe do some things you wouldn't normally do in a close ball game. Really nice change-up that time.
Bracho a strike away from getting the side in order here. He did not go. John Tumpane down to third. Here's Hoy behind the plate. Really good pitch. A little low, but a good spot. 3-2 now. Got him. Silvino Bracho strikes out the side. A big inning there for the Diamondback rookie reliever. They'll go to the 7th. D-backs down 14-2. Legends, icons, and warriors. Two of the biggest names in the UFC will face off as coaches. As interim featherweight champion Conor McGregor and Uriah Faber join the all-new season of Ultimate Fighter. The mayhem begins Wednesday only on Fox Sports 1. Fair amount of mayhem here today in a 14-2 ball game. And the D-backs on the wrong end. New pitcher for the Cubs. It's the right-hander Tommy Big Game Hunter, acquired from Baltimore at the trade deadline for outfielder Junior Lake. And here he is. He spent most of the year trying to supplement the pitching staff and piece something together to make a run. Whole new outfield for the Cubs behind him. Northia now in left. Berry stays in the game, takes over in center. Matt Caesar is the new right fielder. Oscar Hernandez is first at bat today. Both teams emptying the benches. 97 from Hunter.
I went to Wrigley on September 4th and a spring training game broke out. Another one of the dangers of expanded rosters in September. Occasionally when you get a blowout game like this, both managers will use it as an opportunity to empty the benches and get some playing time for the guys that need it. Get some innings pitched for the guys that need it.
Northia in left. Berry in center and Caesar in right. Yeah, this expanded roster has become a real hot button issue the last couple of years because it just completely changes the way the game is played and managed during the most critical month of the season.
Absolutely.
Agua now takes over at first for Rizzo. Some guys might bring up 10 minor leaguers. Another team might only bring up 3. And so right away you're going head to head here. One team has got a whole loaded dugout. The other team not so much. More and more there's a feeling that you should be able to bring up as many as you want, but you can only dress 25 each day. And you got to name your 25 as Oscar strikes out to open up the 7th. That's one theory. Another theory is just not do it at all. Why do they do that anyway?
It'd be interesting to find out why it got started. I would assume it was meant as a reward for those guys who had great years in the minor leagues, but no opportunity to get called up to the major league squad. toss him a bone by calling him up for the final month of the season, but I think it just creates more problems than it solves.
Well, more and more you find people who watch baseball go, wait, why did they even do that in the first place? You got to do something about this. Under Inciarte, 0 for 3 so far.
You know, if anything, you should have expanded rosters the first month of the season.
Bounce to first base. Coughlin's there. 2 down.
You know, everybody's having trouble finding the innings from their pitching staff because guys aren't stretched out yet, or this guy can't go back-to-back days out of the bullpen yet. Some of your position players maybe not quite up to game shape by the time spring training breaks. I mean, I don't like it any time of year, but it would seem to make a lot more sense to do it in April than in September.
Phil Gosselin, an RBI double his last time up, is 1 for 3. Well, it just seems odd to completely change the way that you structure, essentially, the whole ball game in the most critical month of the year. Bill Gosselin drives it the other way, and it's just over the head of Herrera. And Gosselin's aboard. His second hit. This guy be very encouraged by what you've seen so far from Phil Gosselin.
I said it before, he's very still up there at the plate, not a lot of moving parts. He's a quick bat to the ball and seems to have great strike zone recognition. Those are all the things you need to be a good hitter.
Here's Jake Lamb now, his first at bat today. Took over first base for Yasmani Tomas. Not start against the lefty Lester. 273 and 5 homers. And Jake has had 2-hit games 4 times in his last 7. He had a 2-hit night against the Cardinals in that series, another in Oakland. Then again Wednesday at Colorado. Keith Hessler to warm up at the Diamondback bullpen. It's another aspect of life at Wrigley Field. You have to, when you want to get a pitcher up there, put somebody on guard duty. Jake Lamb gets it in the air, deep to right field, and that ball is gone. A home run for Jake Lamb, his 6th of the year. And it's in the bleachers. Everyone's yelling for them to throw it back, but nobody can find the baseball. Who's got it? This is a Wrigley Field tradition gone awry here. They've lost the ball.
Somebody has it. And I guarantee you there are dozens and dozens of batting practice balls out there.
Oh, look at this. Take a selfie. Everybody's got to take a selfie. There you go. Now you throw it back. So Jake Lamb gives it a ride. The bat has really come alive as of late for Jake. A 2-run homer. Here's Salty. Hitting in the pitcher spot, which is now 4th. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. Jake Lamb, his 6th home run.
Nice swing down and through it. Bat spun that ball right up into the wind. About 4 rows back. The wind has picked up a little bit since the game began. The flags were barely moving when we started this ball game, but as we get deeper into the afternoon, it's starting to blow a little harder.
Salty 6 for 19 as a pinch hitter this year. Hunter's got that upper 90s fastball working. 197 and 5 homers. Foul ball. Off the foot.
Right off the top of that right foot.
Getting ready for John Lovitz in the booth next to us. Salta Lamaki had dunked that into right, a base hit. John Lovitz, the actor-comedian, is going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" after the end of this half inning. And he's in there right now with Jim DeShange and Len Casper. Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
That's a ticket.
Ronnie Anderson. Yeah. David Peralta 1 for 3. Nice stop by Baez on the backhand at third. Well, Jake Lamb, his 6th home run. Everybody take the selfie with the souvenir ball, and then you can throw it back. It's 14-4.
Ball game. Let's go, Cubs!
He's acting. The great John Lovitz. Hey, he's in our booth right here. Come on in, John Lovitz. It's 14-4. We got Lovitz.
Are you kidding me?
That was terrific. How are you? I'm Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming
great.
by.
I was next door, and Len said, "Come." There you were. What happened?
What happened?
Well, I'm glad. Great to see you.
Of course, this happened.
He called you a traitor. You called him a traitor.
Well, he used to be here at the Cubs every year. I talked to you, and of course, I stood up for you because I said, "What's Len do? You're the manager. What's he know?" But you were the number 2 guy.
Well,
are you number 1 now?
Put numbers on it, you know. I never said you were the number 2 guy on Saturday Night Live.
No, but my point was you should have been number 1.
Well,
that was my
point.
point.
He's number 1 now. There's no question.
Yes.
How you doing? Doing all right?
I'm here in Chicago and doing stand-up again at the Improv in Schaumburg, which is about 40 minutes outside of here. And I love coming here every year. And I get to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and I get to... Anyway, it's great. I love the stadium.
How does that compare to doing Saturday Night Live, doing Seinfeld, all the things that you've done? What's this gig like? Yeah.
It's exciting. I mean, you know, I've gotten to throw out the first pitch before, and that's nerve-wracking because you're like, if I don't throw a good ball, they're going to boo me, and of course they do. And I go, should I throw a knuckleball? Should I do? I mean, nobody cares but the guy throwing the ball. No one.
That's a fair point.
Only I care. I realize that. I go, what? But it's still a thrill to be out on the field. I wanted to be a baseball player from when I was 8 to 15. I was obsessed with it. So I just, to be able to participate in any way in a major league game.
Were you a Cub guy growing up? Who was your team?
No, I lived in Los Angeles. I liked the Dodgers and the Giants, really. Willie Mays was my idol, and I thought he was God. When you were a kid. And I got to meet him, actually, finally, through Vita Blue, and he couldn't have been nicer. It was one of the biggest thrills of my life, just to meet him.
For somebody that's always wanted to be on a major league field, it's a 14-4 ball game. This may be your day. You change jerseys. Well, down in that first base dugout, you might get an inning today.
I know. I might get to get up and bat. I would think. I mean, I used to come here and they would lose, and then they blamed me. But now they're winning.
See, you asked why I left. They blame me too.
That. They blame you.
You and me. They blame.
Didn't you used to coach this team?
No, not the Cubs.
Or manage it?
I coached a good team.
Who did you manage?
He managed the Diamondbacks and won a World Series in 2001.
Yeah,
Not
and then they got rid of you. I was like, well, hello? I didn't get it. I go, you won the World Series. Goodbye.
Things happen.
Yeah, they happen.
How about this
I guess they hired you back to do this.
How about this ballpark? This place is turning into a palace, isn't it?
Yeah, they added the 2 scoreboards. And but I noticed, all the buildings behind Wrigley Field would have all the bleachers on the roofs of the apartment buildings. Most of them are empty now.
Yeah, you're right. There's nobody sitting over there in left.
There's no one sitting in left in 2 buildings, and then in right 3 buildings.
There's a base hit for Caesar as it picks away from Tomas.
I don't know what they said. The owner bought the buildings.
So our Cub fans, they got to be excited with the things that are happening here.
I would think so. I hear they're up for the wild card.
Yeah, they're going to be in the wild card right now.
Yeah,
things don't go awry.
It's right up your alley.
I'm trying to get a wild card myself. Wouldn't that be wild?
That'd be wild.
By the way, do you know I made up this baseball term flowl?
Bob mentioned that.
That's
actually
a fly
earlier.
ball, and then it starts to go foul. You go, it's a flowl, and then there's a smish.
What's a smish?
Swing and a miss.
Got to be careful with that one.
Now, I'm surprised foul ball didn't get more traction. I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, start saying it, please. So, Bob used to be in the booth on the right next to me. Now you're in the booth on the left.
Now, that one was way too big. I like cozy.
You like this view better?
Oh, it's much better.
You mean 5 feet to the left?
Yeah. Gives you a whole new perspective on the game.
It's a tight booth, we'll say that. That's for sure.
What are you doing in town?
I'm not even going to touch that.
Or are you
he's crushing it.
I wouldn't touch that with your bat.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Sorry, what'd you ask me?
Schaumburg, tell us about the you're doing Schaumburg right now, right?
Yeah, stand up, which is it's amazing. You get up there and you can say whatever you want, and they laugh, and then they give me a bunch of money. It's the best job
it's a nice
ever.
Gig. In this,
and the more I myself, the more they laugh, and they're paying me to make them laugh, and I make them laugh, which I love doing, and then they pay. I mean, I love it. It'd be like, the next best thing would be baseball.
It's a lot like this. You can say anything you want doing this, but only once.
It's live.
Right.
Yeah. Well, live, Saturday Night Live.
I like that when you were.
It's like sports.
Acting.
Thank you. It's like sports in the sense of you've got one shot at every sketch. So if you miss some jokes, that's it. And it gets frustrating because you work so hard all week and then you miss the jokes.
Swing and a miss, yeah. Sometimes the joke blow them right by.
But when everything goes right, it's the best feeling in the world.
Live TV.
You got to go for it. Like I would imagine in this, right?
Yeah, live TV. You only get one chance to screw it up. We try to seize everyone we can.
Or you get fired.
Starlin Castro. Starlin
How
Castro.
are the Diamondbacks doing this year, by the way? I really don't know. I'm not trying to.
No, I don't.
Well, you're awfully quiet. Well, that answers that question.
We're doing. We've already won more games this year than we did last year.
Yeah. So
huge improvement.
Yeah. How many did you win last year?
Not enough. We lost 98.
Well, you know, I remember when I was in New York and the New York Knicks were losing a lot of games, and I was on David Letterman. And I'll say this about the Diamondbacks, which is you have to remember they're playing against professionals. They're not just playing against anybody.
The great John Lovitz
against professional ball players.
Right. Those are comforting words here in a 14-4 game. Sir, thank you very much.
I didn't bring up the score.
Sports Live on Fox Sports 1 for complete highlights and analysis of everything that happened in Major League Baseball today, plus the latest from the NFL and the world of sports. Fox Sports Live tonight on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. John Lovitz wrapping up his visit here with Bob Brennan. He's wearing your number, too, 15, on his Cub jersey.
Big fan, big fan.
Yoshi Wada, the new pitcher for the Cubs. As we start the 8th inning, I had no idea what happened at the bottom of the 7th, but why should that be any different? Lovitz was just going on and on.
I didn't write anything down.
Yeah, I couldn't. Oakland popped up. Caesar singled. And the strikeout to win the inning by Castro. So here we are in the 8th now, as Manny Tomas will lead it off for the Diamondbacks, who trail 14-4. The great John Lovitz doing stand-up in nearby Schaumburg, Illinois, one of the suburbs outside Chicago. Tomas, first pitch up the middle. Herrera, the jump throw, and he makes a terrific play to take a base hit away from Tomas. Jonathan Herrera.
I think Herrera had enough time to get to that ball before it snuck through into center field. I mean, it went right over the mound, right over the bag at second. Herrera fields it on the shortstop side, and with the jump throw across the diamond, they're just able to get Tomas. That's a pretty nice play.
Taking a peek to make sure that he did in fact get it. You never know what's going to be the rally starter, down 14-4 in the 8th. And the Diamondbacks will challenge the out call at first. It's another replay review brought to you by Mix One. We're saying that maybe Coughlin's foot came off the bag here. Let's see.
You know, we were talking about the duties of a first baseman with Yasmani Tomas starting over there for the Diamondbacks. And Coughlin's another guy that doesn't regularly play first base.
We have a case here. Another replay review brought to you by Mix One. The headsets are on at Wrigley Field. Thanks again to John Lovitz for stopping by. He seemed very upset that you are no longer in Chicago. He's not taking it well.
He beat me up pretty good over in the other booth, you know, talking about how can you win a world championship and then get fired? How's that happen?
It's a fair point.
Different players, you know.
Who was the guy that you were most excited to meet when you were doing Cub games and they would bring the celebrities in to do that whole routine?
Well, first of all, the anticipation didn't always equal the reality.
Never does, right?
But I'll tell you what, I can't imagine a nicer human being and a more talented person than Buddy Guy. The guitar player, the blues man. Oh, man.
Well, for you, what a thrill, too. Big music.
Just is happy to be alive and at the ballpark and the sun's shining and he's out at first.
The D-backs challenge does not get the call overturned.
It was just such a wonderful attitude about life and so humble and appreciative of everything that had come his way in such an incredibly talented person. Pretty tough to top Buddy Guy.
Our call at first is confirmed. Our updated replay review standing brought to you by Mix One. Here's Chris Owings. CO had an RBI double in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. It's a unique quirk of the Cubs' jobs. For a half inning every game, it turns into like a late night talk show.
And they've tweaked it over the years. It used to be the guest was in there for the entire 7th inning, the half inning before he sang, and then the half inning after. And like I said, for some of the guests, it was a little too long. So they've changed it now. They do the interview in the first half of the 7th, and then the guest sings between innings, and then occasionally the visiting crew gets to grab the guest on his way out.
Well, that only happened. We got lucky because he came in to harass you for a while. He said, hey, while you're in here, why not talk to Fox Sports Arizona? 1-2 on Chris Owings.
Apparently they had Milt Pappas, former Cub pitcher.
Once traded for Frank Robinson.
Yeah. They had him up here singing the 7th inning on the anniversary of his no-hitter, which to this day he insists should have been a perfect game. Bruce Fremming didn't give him the call on a borderline pitch, and he ended up, that was the only base runner in the entire game, and Milt's still a little bitter about that.
Kind of surprising. It's a copycat business that no one else has ever done that. I mean, now everybody has a mascot race and everybody has different things, but nobody does what the Cubs do. You've got to get the celebrities in the first place. That's half the battle. I mean, we have Ralph Kelso.
Dennis Lamb.
Dennis Lamb. The Dennis Lamb show comes on once in a while. The Ralph Kelso spot on weather forecast. Those are our A-list celebrities. 2-2. I guess it's sort of like, Herrera makes a great play and then boots an easy one right to him. It's kind of like community theater. That's E4.
Yeah, a little bit. What's her name? Elaine from Sign. Julia Louis-Dreyfus was here to sing the 7th inning stretch one day, and in the top half of the 7th inning, a brawl broke out on the field. Chris Young, pitching for the Padres at the time, either hit or threw at Derek Lee, and the bench is cleared, and punches were being thrown, and it was, okay, you're up. She says, play nice. Sounded like everybody's mother on the playground, you know. Come on, play nice.
Nick Ahmed hits one deep to left field. Denorfia at the track, at the wall, and he's not got the ball. It looked like it caromed off the wall. Owens is going to come in and score, and Ahmed's at third. The glove and the ball disappeared into the ivy, and the baseball came out. Here's Denorfia, the former Padre.
That's that area they call the well here. There's one in right and there's one in left. It's an area where the fence juts way out toward the field, and Nick Ahmed puts it right on that corner of the well. Denorfia thought he had a bead on it. Great hit and came ricocheting back toward the Cubs bullpen on that third base side, driving in Chris Owens.
So the D-backs gave up 14 runs, but they get tacos.
There's something.
So an RBI triple for Owens. Owens scores to make it 14-5. And once again, Bob, as you pointed out earlier, tacos when you're not home to collect.
I'm telling you, there's some kind of a conspiracy afoot here.
It's Oscar Hernandez who struck out his first time. Oscar will be playing for the Salt River Rafters in the Arizona Fall League. Diamondbacks will send Oscar to the Fall League to try and make up some of these at-bats he's missed. Sort of spectating on the 25-man roster as a Rule 5 pick. Take a look at our State Farm report of the ball game. We go to AAA Reno last night. Elise Chacin, who's looked terrific in 2 big league starts for the Diamondbacks. 7 innings of 4-hit ball. And Peter O'Brien. Another big night. I'm hoping we get a look at Peter at this level at some point in September. Peter had a big year last year in the Fall League. Fall League starts shortly after this season ends. Tuesday, October 13th is the first Arizona Fall League game at ballparks all over the valley. Peoria, Glendale, and Salt River. Tuesday night, the opener at Salt River, October 13th. 2-2. Just inside, full count. Oscar playing in only his 11th game with the Diamondbacks. Well, the good news is there's 2 more to go in this series. All day games, don't forget. Diamondback Live pregame show at 10:30 in the morning back home, the great state of Arizona, Saturday and Sunday. Robbie Ray and Jake Arrieta tomorrow. Ruby and Kyle Hendricks Sunday. Just tap back to the mound. Ahmed will stay put at third, and they throw Hernandez. Diamondback Live pregame show. Breakfast with the Diamondbacks. 10:30. Joey Jackson from the field here at Wrigley. Robbie Ray and Jake Arrieta. Arrieta threw a no-hitter his last time out. So how about that? You're losing here 14 to whatever, and you got the no-hit guy coming up next. Then Ruby Sunday against Kyle Hendricks.
No Johnny Vandermeer. I think there's going to be a huge no-hitter hangover.
Good.
Vandermeer still the only major leaguer to throw back-to-back no-hitters. So far.
Verlander came close a few years ago. It is a fair ball. Cincinnati grounds out to Conlon. And that's the end of the top of the gate. Diamondbacks get a run. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Javier Baez, who homered his last time up, leads it on.
and in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. You'll get real-time highlights, live look-ins, a pitch tracking widget, and a whole lot more every night on every device, the whole thing. Blackout and other restrictions do apply, so check MLB.TV for all the details. Our Gila River game summary, bottom 8 at Wrigley. Don't adjust your sets. It's 14-5 Cubs. An 8-run Chicago fifth, highlighted Anthony Rizzo's grand slam, his 28th home run this year. Addison Russell, the rookie shortstop, has a pair of homers. Jake Lamb, a home run from Diamondbacks. It's 14-5 as Baez, who has 3 hits and a walk, leads off the 8th against Matt Stites. Classic Wrigley Field ball game on a Friday afternoon to open up this Labor Day weekend. The guy who's seen a lot of these is just to our left here, the great Pat Hughes, along with Ron Coomer on Cubs radio. There's Pat right over there. He is a tremendous listen. He's seen more than his share of these types of ball games over his years doing Cubs. A great basketball player, I am told.
Yeah, he still plays on the road all the time, like a number of people on our crew like to get out and shoot around, play some 3-on-3, whatever the case may be. Pat Hughes was a really good basketball player growing up down in the South Bay and the San Francisco Bay Area.
This is popped up foul ground, left side. Hernandez in front of Jake Lamb. As Jake is taken over at third base for Phil Gosselin. Jared Saltalamacchia now at first.
Got to talk, better communication. Fortunately, Oscar able to hang on for the out right there.
Oscar just wants to do something. Been watching all year. And Pat works with Ron Coomer on Cubs radio now. Ron Coomer, great Minnesota Twin. There they are.
Pat has a series of CDs out. I think it's called Voices of the Game. I'm not sure. I'll find out for sure tomorrow. But Vin Scully is on one of them. Harry Kalas another one. Great voices of the game of baseball and some of their most historic calls, some of their funny moments. And I just got one in the mail the other day that is Pat Hughes and Ron Santo. Classic stuff. I haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing yet, but couldn't recommend it any higher. It's just outstanding stuff.
Matt Stites gets the strikeout. David Ross, 2 down. Well, you got to work alongside Ron Santo for years.
Ronnie was great. I'm sure I've told this story before, but Tom Brenneman was our play-by-play guy, and Ron and I were working together as co-analysts on WGN Radio. And before our very first game, right here at Wrigley Field, sitting in the booth next door, all 3 of us jammed in there like we were with Lovins. And they're counting us down, you know, to go on the radio, go on the air. 3, 2, and just about the time the engineer said 1, Ronnie knocked his cup of coffee over on the only scorecard he ever filled out in his life. And the first words that came over the air were profanity.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to Cubs baseball.
Well, profanity fits right in with Cub baseball over the years. Jonathan Herrera.
We had actually gone to Florida back the now defunct Seniors Baseball League. Remember they had that for retired players. They all went down to the spring training sites in Florida and they had teams and they played games and made money, I guess. I don't know. But when the WGN was picking their radio crew, they sent Tom Brenneman and Ron Santo and myself down to Florida to the Seniors League with the idea that either Ronnie was going to be the analyst or I was going to be the analyst. Well, we went down to Florida and one day I'd do the first 5 innings, Ron would do the last 4, and then we'd reverse it the next day. And we were down there for about 5 or 6 days. And Jack Rosenberg, who was sent down there from WGN to ride herd. Well, I think Oscar Hernandez got another one. That's Herrera again.
Yeah, same guys last time. There's Ryan DePanflo out there.
Looks like he's going to be all right. The idea was one of us was going to be the analyst with Tom Brennan, and we went down there. We had such a good time every night with Jack Rosenberg. We'd sit in a hotel bar, and Ronnie would tell a story about Ernie Banks, and then I'd tell a story about Joe Morgan when I played with him with the Giants, and then Ron would tell a story, and I'd tell a story, and Jack Rosenberg came back to the brass at WGN and said, hire them both. So we ended up with a 3-man radio booth here for a couple of years in Chicago. Ron Sando, Tom Brennan, and myself.
Oh, plenty of room.
Plenty of room. Well, like I said, Ronnie didn't really keep a scorecard, so he didn't need a lot of table space.
1-2 now.
Certainly something for Oscar Hernandez and all the Diamondbacks catchers to file away for future reference. When Jonathan Herrera is at the plate, scoot back an extra foot.
For your own protection. Herrera's got Oscar twice in the head here. And Matt Stites strikes him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Stites. And we go to the 9th. Diamondbacks trailing 14-5. Let's take a look at our winner today at our strongest fan photo contest using the hashtag AZDanaStrongFan. The winner is Stan. Stan the man. Brought to you by T-Mobile. D-backs fans here with us all weekend long. New pitcher for the Cubs. It's the left-hander Travis Wood. He'll work tonight. Long day for those of us in Sedona Red here today. 2 more day games to go against the Cubs coming up tomorrow and Sunday. Diamondback Live pregame show at 10:30 in the morning back home in Arizona, both tomorrow and Sunday. And here's Travis Wood. Phil Goslin 2 for 4, an RBI double, a single he scored on.
Modifications to the ballpark as Travis Wood takes over. 44th appearance of the season for him. Got the big boards now. Jumbotron in left. Lineup card out in the right field corner. Upgraded clubhouses. Everything. That's the biggest change right there of all time. 1988 when they put the lights up here at Wrigley Field, because it used to be you rolled into Chicago and you knew you were playing 3 games in the afternoon. Either 1:20 or the businessman special at 3:15. You also knew you had every night off. You were here in Chicago. Now they play almost as many day games as night games, and it's really changed the vibe and the feel in the neighborhood. Not to mention,
I was at this ballpark that day. I was there.
Oh,
yeah, and they had that unbelievable lightning storm. They got Rick Sutcliffe started the game. It was against the Phillies. They got, I want to say, an inning and a half or so in, and then Armageddon set in. Just an August thunderstorm in Chicago, and the humidity and everything, and then they had to bang the game and start over again the next day.
So as a visiting team, you used to roll into Chicago. You knew you were going to have 3-day games and 3 nights off in Chicago, and now you might play 2 night games followed by a day game on getaway day. You might play 3 straight night games. Well, it took some of the luster off of coming to Chicago knowing you were going to play all day baseball.
It's still there, like today. You can still have your classic Wrigley game, but just practicality demanded that they advance. Well, Gosselin aboard for the 3rd time. Take a look at our timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. There's my partner Bob Brenly, because on this day,
oh, look at that,
May 8th, 1988, which is Bob, that was the same day that they had the lights. Bob Brenly, 2 for 3, couple of home runs. Giants lost the Cubs at Wrigley Field.
I love playing. I love the day games. I could always see better in the daytime. I don't know why. Some people see better at night under the bright lights. I love the day games. And I love coming here to Wrigley just to upset the fans, because they could get on you pretty good over there behind that first base dugout. And if you happen to have a good game and your team won the game, you could have the last laugh on them, knowing full well that the same people were going to be right back in the same seats the next day.
Well, that's the point that Lee Elia once made in his famous tirade one time at the post-game media session when he absolutely lost it. And you can still find that on the internet somewhere, I'm sure. Very loud, very long, and very profane. Which is basically how most Cub managers end up.
Usually, yeah. Eventually it gets to that point.
1-2 on Lamb, who homered his last time up. Get down ball, and it does, and left center, a base hit for Jake. Cubs have Trevor Cahill warming up in their bullpen down the left field line, a former Diamondback. Walking a single to open up the ninth. There's Trevor. Bounced around since leaving Arizona. Salty now. Base hit his first time up. 2 on, nobody out. Gosselin at second, Lamb at first. And there's the strike on 1. Two and 2. It's full.
Chase Anderson is on deck. Pitcher spot is up next as Salty strikes out.
At this point, Aaron Hill, the only available player off the bench for Chip Hale, and we know he's been nursing a bad hammy and a sore hand, so probably like to just stay away from him completely in this ball game. So it's Chase Anderson taking the at bat.
Two on and one out. Something I never thought I'd say. Anderson hitting for the pitcher. Referencing that crazy game from 1979 earlier in the ball game today. The Phillies came in here and beat the Cubs in a squeaker 23-22. May 17th, 79. One of the all-time classic Wrigley Field games. Phillies got 7 runs in the top of the first against Dennis Lamp. The Cubs in the home half countered with 6. So it was 7-6 after 1. On the way to a 23-22 Philadelphia win. Phillies added 8 in the third. Cubs 3 in the fourth, 7 in the fifth. Back and forth they went. It's one of those crazy games. Mike Schmidt homered twice. Bob Boone had a homer in that game for the Phillies. Dave Kingman hit 3 home runs in that game. Buckner homered for the Cubs. Two teams combined for 50 hits. 23-22, 50 hits between the two teams.
Ruined some earned run averages that afternoon.
Oh boy. Randy Lurch and Dennis Lamp, the pitching matchup that day. Raleigh Eastwick, who went on to be, or after he was the Reds closer, got the win in relief for the Phillies. Foul ground, first base side. Coughlin near the bullpen. Herrera comes over and falls down and gets it. 2 outs. So here's Yasmani Tomas. This game kind of feels like 23-22.
I think Herrera realized there were runners on base. He hasn't even acknowledged either runner after making that diving catch in foul territory. Closer ball game. Bill Goslin probably tries to tag up and advance on to third.
He's at second. Jake Lamb at first. 2 outs. Yasmani Tomas. 36,132 are on their feet at Wrigley Field. Tomas has had a very nice day at the plate. He doesn't have much to show for it, but he's walked twice. So a full count 3-2 and another at bat in which he grounded out. Much more patient up there today, but he's down here 0-2. Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game. Game 2 tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 10:30 in the morning on Fox Sports Arizona. Robbie Ray and Jake Arrieta. Misses away 1-2. Only the second time all year that Yasmani Tomas has walked twice in the same ball game. Osgood at second, Lamb at first. Two and two.
got 3 runs in the bottom of the first. Zach Godley had a rough time of it today. He walked 4 in that first inning, including 3 in a row, 2 with the bases loaded. And Chicago never looked back. Anderson Russell with 2 home runs. Anthony Rizzo a grand slam. 2-2. It's full. The Rizzo grand slam highlighting an 8-run Cub fifth. Zach Godley lasted just 3 2/3, gave up 6 runs on 4 hits. He walked 6. 3-2 pitch. There go the runners. Tomas strikes out and the game is over. Diamondbacks lose it 14-5. Well, Bibby, how do you shake this one off?
You know, we say you go in and take a shower, wash it off, and come back tomorrow and play another ball game. The problem here at the visiting clubhouse, only 4 guys can shower at one time, so it may take a while to wash this one off. But the D-backs will be back ready to play tomorrow. Great challenge.
And they'll look ahead to tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show, 10:30 in the morning. First pitch is at 11:20 a.m. Robbie Ray, the left-hander for the Diamondbacks, faces Jake Arrieta for the Cubs. Arrieta coming off a no-hitter his last time out. Go Cubs go. They certainly did today. Zach Godley had his struggles early. Russell homered twice. Rizzo the grand slam. They win it 14-5. Diamondback Live postgame show is next, right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Reaction from Wrigley after this.